Business, a night dedicated to celebrating the extraordinary women who are reshaping the future of Indian businesses. For 2 decades, this annual event has been a beacon recognizing and honoring the trailblazing female leaders who are breaking barriers, shattering stereotypes, and driving innovation across industries.
Tonight, as we gather to celebrate this edition of the BT Most Powerful Women in Business, we're reminded of the remarkable journey we've all embarked on together. A journey marked by resilience, determination, and a relentless pursuit of excellence. These women are not just leaders, they are visionaries, catalysts of change, and role models for generations to come. Their stories inspire us, their achievements motivate us, and their unwavering spirit propels us forward. Hello and welcome everyone. My name is Ayush Alavadi.
I'm Sakshi Patra and welcome to Business Today's Most Powerful Women. Let us first thank all our esteemed partners who've made this event possible. Our banking partner is SBI, style partner Tata Tanera, celebration partner DHO India, insurance partner Tata AIA Life Insurance. We have our associate partner only Natural Diamonds Council, and gifting partner India Circus by Krishna Mehta. And let us now call on stage for the welcome address Mr. Siddharth Zarabi on stage. He's our editor for Business Today. Please put your hands together for Mr. Siddharth Zarabi.
Thank you, Ayush. Thank you, Sakshi. Good evening, everyone. Galaxy of some of the most powerful women in Indian business. And as you heard from our moderators for this evening, the 21st unbroken MPW list, as we call it, in India, one of the most credible, long-standing such lists from the India Today group. And as I welcome you all, I just want to refer to the last edit that my outgoing colleague and the editor of Business Today, Saurabh Majumdar, has written. The magazine will get unveiled in a bit, but he's described this 21st list that has come at a time of immense change, a period when the Indian economy is witnessing rapid changes and women are driving much of that transformation across fields. During the course of today's evening, we hope to hear from a selection of those very powerful women in business who are driving change, not just in the balance sheet of the companies that they run, but the impact that they have on wider society, on empowerment, and leading the Indian economy towards a much, much higher trajectory of growth. On behalf of the Business Today Multiverse, I welcome all of you and wish you all the very best for this evening of exchange of ideas and a mind rush that we hope to create here at the Most Powerful Women events, the 21st of its kind this year. Once again, a very, very warm welcome to all of you.
Thank you so much, Siddharth, for those opening words. And now let us kickstart this evening with the first panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Our first panel is titled Grit, Gumption and Guts, the Making of the Boss Lady. The first session today will take us through the remarkable journey of grit and gumption that defines the leadership of these trailblazing women. Boss ladies who've not only excelled but also balanced agility and also decisive leadership in a world which often judges them more harshly. These leaders have shown the strength to pivot and make tough decisions. while staying true to their vision as well. Despite facing biases and systemic challenges, they have proven that leadership is not just about making bold moves, but also about challenging the norms and creating spaces where women's voices are more valued. Let us please put our hands together for our panelists for the first session. Let me call on stage Prabha Narasimhan, MD and CEO, Colgate-Palmolive, India. Let us also welcome on stage Pavitra Shankar, MD, Brigade Group, Pavitra Mahapatra, Vice President and Managing Director, Adobe India, Padmaja Ruparel, co-founder, Indian Angel Network. And to moderate this panel, let me please call on stage Siddhartha Rabi, editor, Business Today. Huge round of applause for our first panel and for our first speakers, ladies and gentlemen.
A very warm welcome once again to everyone here, and it's always a tough one, the first session of any evening. But I have a wonderful panel of guests, and I've been fortunate to have had such discussions with some of you earlier in the past. So when we came up with this title, and I wonder how many of you here have given thought to that, grit, gumption, and guts, the making of a boss lady. Very clearly, it must have meant a lot of effort, a lot of hard work, going through the Indian schooling system. And Prabha, I want to begin with you first. If I were to ask you to define this topic that we have, the theme that we have given to this session, how would you describe these three words? Grit, gumption, and guts.
Okay, good evening everyone, and wow, I feel like I'm back in that Indian school system with this question. I'm going to not maybe define all the three words, and I'm going to maybe talk to the smattering of men who are in this room as well. But I think grits, gumption and guts is something that you need regardless of your gender. What makes it interesting for women is, I think, we tend to undersell ourselves a little bit, and therefore just having the guts to put yourself out there, take on the challenges, be able to say, you know, me, is perhaps the one difference that I would see. So tough topic, happy to be here.
Thank you very much. Pratibha, I'm coming to you. As a woman leader in technology, it's clear that your leadership journey must have also involved a fair bit of share of these three words that we have spoken about. What can you share with our audience, what it meant and what it took from you to reach where you are today?
Definitely grit, gumption and control. And I'll start with a few examples. And I was telling someone I completed almost 3 decades in the tech industry. Got many opportunities to go and take up some role in US and do some projects out of there. But I decided to stay put in India. And I have done projects on shop floors, in cement factories, in oil refineries. And early days when I started as a software engineer, and I was working for PwC. One of our projects was in Nepal. It was a World Bank funded cement dilapidated plant, and all the men were going there to rehabilitate that. There was a financial restructuring, tech restructuring. I was in Calcutta, and they never considered girls to go to that project. And like one day I asked our CEO, why I want to go there. But how will you go? There is no toilet in that cement factory. Full day, what will you do? I'll say, I have grit. They say, there's a lunch, only at lunch break you can go. There is, on top of this factory is in a valley. On top of the hill, there is the guest house. So at lunch break, people go there. So if you can get your biological clock to control yourself for half a day, then of course you can go there. I said, of course we can do. And when me and my husband, we go on the streets of India, you see like a lot of men on the streets peeing. I said, women don't need to do that. Why do men have to do that? So it's a very odd example, but it's a matter of grit, gumption, and guts, to survive.
Absolutely. and I'm glad you've been honest, because honesty is what really brings out the real story. Pavitra, you know, you operate in a sector which I would say is completely male dominated. I started off on the real estate beat as a reporter almost 17, 18 years ago, and everybody was male. It is the same largely today. How did you break into this space, and what kind of challenges have you faced that you would like to share with our audience here?
Hi, good evening, everyone. So first of all, I'm not a civil engineer or nothing technical in terms of my background. I'm more of a finance person. So for me, I understand numbers, and numbers are friendly. And I used that as my way to understand the business. And I realized that, especially in a technical industry like real estate, a lot of people assume you need to know, how the building is going to come up or the structure, and sure, that is how, you do your business. But when you can start asking pointed questions as to why something is happening a certain way, or how are we doing our processes, or whatever it may be, people start to realize, hey, she seems to know what she's talking about. And you don't have to know it the way they do. You can bring your own flavor to how you're doing, your job. So I think there was a lot of self-doubt initially, like, do I really know how to do this? And why am I the person who is running this company? But I think over the years, just the self-confidence that has come from doing things the way I understand it has really sort of helped me own it. And I would say challenges along the way really sort of make you the person who you are. I mean, I think all of us have faced that. And there's nothing like experiencing tough times in your personal or professional life that can really help you sort of know why you're there and what purpose you serve, and then absolutely own it. So all of the self-doubt that is there just kind of vanishes once you have been through things like that, and you can look back and say, I've been through that, I can probably do anything. So the industry used to scare me, and now it doesn't.
Okay, before I go to Padmaja, I have to take a quick follow-up. The real estate sector, even now and perhaps completely so in the past, was dominated by cash. Yeah. Since you're a numbers person, as you described yourself, what imprint have you brought to that aspect of the real estate sector in managing the cash that normally floats around?
Fortunately, we are based in Bangalore, and about 99% of our customers are all salaried individuals in the tech sector. Again, fortunately, there is very little of that, especially when you're doing first-time home sales to, such kind of demographic. So it's been fairly receptive in that way. It's not a kind industry on many of those aspects, but, wherever we can, we control as much as possible in terms of our own processes. And I would say in today's world, you have to be, extremely careful about how you run your business. And that's kind of the approach that we take as well.
Okay, since you mentioned Bengaluru, I'm going to Padmaja, and that gives me a cue for the question that I really wanted to ask you. Women in the startup space, entrepreneurship, fundraising, while the startup story has been celebrated for several years across India, how do women square up in the startup space in India? Is it a welcoming field for them? Have they been able to break barriers more so in a tech-driven startup environment, or do they still face multiple challenges?
Thanks, Siddharth. First of all, thank you for having me here, and congratulations to BT for 21 years to be running this brand. Incredible. I think it was touched upon by the previous speakers. Women have always had a tough time. Let's be very honest. It's just that in most societies, not only India, you see there's a preconceived notion of the place of women in society, right? And that has to be broken. So that's the first challenge that is necessary to be broken. Second, what happens is women are not grown, are not nurtured to take risks. They are built under a conservative mindset. So that's a second barrier they have to kill. And the third in many large part of our society, let's eliminate a lot of people who are sitting here in this hall, but a very large part of society don't own assets in reality. They don't take the decisions of the assets that they own. There's someone else who's taken, father, brother, husband, son, whoever. So there are challenges that a woman entrepreneur faces, all of these challenges. And if you don't own real assets, you're not going to get debt. So there are a number of things that they have to face. I am a VC, and I must say this with my hand on my heart, that there are not too many women VCs on the other side of the table actually nurturing young women. So how do these young women actually grow? I think the big push that has come is education in our country. You know, the focus on science, tech, and maths has been immense for women, literally. I mean, if I look at the companies that we've invested 23% of our funds have been invested in women-led. Most of that, about 85% of that money in women are in STEM sector. You know, they are building biotech products, they are doing cybersecurity, they are doing agri-tech. It's all tech and science, right? AI, Gen AI, we are seeing women come up. So I think the route that a lot of smart women, educated women have taken is the STEM route. However, there is a lot of other companies that are being led by women. You know, there are so many women-led companies which are pure execution or brand play or what we call direct to consumer. Very few have actually scaled. But having said that, I'm looking at it from a VC perspective. But if I look at it as small businesses, which is really the backbone of the economy, right? 30% of our GDP is actually the SME, MSME sector.
That's right.
And that is where women who are breaking through gradually but slowly. They may not scale, but they are profitable. They are running solid businesses.
Okay.
So I think that's the landscape that I'm seeing. But all of them have the same challenges.
I'll come back to you on comparing the Indian scenario with the globe, but I want to pick up this point about risk management and offer this to the rest of you. Maybe you can come in on it. Do you agree with what Padmaja seemed to say about risk? Because my understanding is that women sometimes when they take business decisions are far more calm, are less driven by ego and the desire to show off, and therefore their risk management by default is much better than an alpha male in the boardroom. So do you agree with what she says about risk? Because I tend to not agree with her fully. Maybe I didn't understand what you said completely. But go ahead and then we'll go across.
I think the traits that you said, those are true, but that helps in conflict management, keeping everybody aligned. So that's where the skills come in. But in general, women are little risk averse because right from childhood, you will be told, don't do this. If you do this, this will happen. So they're sort of sensitized to not doing too many things, don't drive fast. I still remember one of my profs in my engineering college, don't drive, take the cycle so fast on the roads. Don't do this. So the don'ts, you should not do this. You should. So that somewhere comes. So, and hence, to break those barriers, it's still harder. And risk-taking, you have to be really breaking away to take the risks.
Prabha.
I think I just wanted to maybe separate it into personal risk. Okay. So when you're putting yourself out there, I think women are terrible. If you have an opportunity to do something that puts you out of your comfort zone, that you think stretches you, that women will not put up their hand. And I think so personal risk, I see a lot of risk averseness, and if I had one message to all the lovely women in this audience and beyond, it would be to take that risk because you are truly better than you imagine that you are. I think when it comes to business risk, I do agree with you. I find that women are a bit more balanced. They tend to be able to look at both the numbers as well as a little bit of, call it instinct, call it gut, call it, any other word. It tends to be a more balanced decision. I haven't found a dramatic difference between women's capability to look at business risk than men's capability to look at business risk. But on a personal level, I fully agree. And I think that's a conditioning.
Yeah, that's, I think, what I was referring to, that society doesn't allow you to take the risks. That's the key piece.
Pavitra, you also wanted to come in.
No, I just wanted to say that sometimes, these are the things that are to our advantage. I would say that the lack of ego, or perhaps not having to behave a certain way and not having to behave like an alpha male in a room, that's an advantage. You can take advantage of that fact. And I actually think it's important for leaders to be a little bit more measured. But at the same time, you do have to take risk. If you're a good leader, you know when and what kind of risk to take. So that's certainly required. But in terms of the ego that you mentioned, like that's one big area that I feel women can actually use to their advantage. I don't think we need to show ourselves to be the alpha male in the room.
Okay. Prabhu, I'm coming to you on telling our audience about how is it for a woman leader at your position to work in a multinational. Your company, your brands are practically used by every other Indian, so we know that part of the story. But being inside a multinational versus being inside a homegrown Indian company, and I don't mean to sort of refer you to that Lala company kind of terminology, but simply a homegrown brand versus a multinational across many continents. How is it different?
Sorry, Siddharth, can I please start with my brand is not used by every other Indian, but 9 out of 10 Indians must get these numbers right. But to your question, I think I've been exceptionally fortunate. Both the companies I've worked for, both Hindustan Lever as well as Colgate, actually have a very progressive view towards having women at all positions up and down the organization. And I think they build policies that drive equity. And more it's becoming about equity rather than it becoming about favoring women. Because the minute you start saying, I'm going to have a quota for women or I'm going to favor women, then you start looking at meritocracy taking a little bit of a hit. When you start driving equity, it then makes sure that the best person gets the job and women have as good a chance as men. And as long as the slate is balanced, you tend to get a balanced intake. And I'll give you an example of what I mean as the difference between equity and women. Obviously, only women can have children, so they take maternity leave. For a long time, it was felt like if you took maternity leave, your career would be on the slow track. Because you're not there for a while, you've taken leave. The people who didn't take leave have now gone on to, getting ahead of you. Firstly, I think a lot of progressive companies have guaranteed that as you come back, you will not be penalized for this. The second thing I think is that we're hearing from a lot of men that things like parenting are something that they want to be a part of. A dad wants to be a dad these days. So giving them the opportunity to become good fathers equally takes the pressure off women. And allowing men the opportunity to take paternity leave of a reasonable period makes sure that it's not a woman's job to bring up a child. I think these kind of things to bring in equity makes a real difference. And what these two companies have been great at are driving this kind of equity, giving people equal opportunities, and making sure that you have the support in those moments of your life where you need that support.
Pavitra, what does your company do in this regard? What are the internal policies that you do to help provide a level playing field and ensure equity in the way that Padmaja describes it?
See, I think because we're in real estate, there are certain functions within the company that are very, very male-dominated, such as site-related jobs. But there are other departments in the company, customer, design, almost our entire architecture team is female. Finance, there are so many other teams where the balance is a little bit different. So, as you said, we need to have more of an equity policy. But at the same time, I think we have to encourage and give more women a chance. At least in our industry and in our company, we have to give more women the opportunity to participate. And naturally, the best person will get the job. So I think we are trying to do that a little bit more in terms of the recruiting aspect. Can we bring more women to the table, at least in terms of the selection options? and then you can pick the best candidate. But there are many preconceived notions about who might be the best candidate. Is it best that you have a male in this role, in sales, for example? So there are a lot of questions like that where the assumptions need to be broken. And that's where I think we're trying to make that change. And naturally, again, you were also mentioning at site, are there enough, bathrooms, for example? At construction sites, you need to make sure our women engineers have clean bathrooms, feel safe when they're traveling back and forth from remote sites. So those are they seem like basic policies, but there are a lot of companies where those things are not followed.
We also see a lot of women participate in the basic labor at a construction site, and they have their babies with them because the whole family works for them. Do you do anything differently for them?
So at our sites, we're actually not allowed to employ women laborers at sites. So it's pretty strictly monitored in that sense. But there are some sites where families are allowed to be there. So naturally, in terms of schooling, in terms of facilities for the whole family to stay there, we do encourage all of that. And we work with all of our contractors and subcontractors to make sure that is happening.
I want to come back, Pratibha, to the point about technology and the point that Padmaja also made about STEM and how that is providing greater opportunities for women and hopefully for many more to become the boss lady. In a digital focused business environment that we see today, do you think technology is therefore become the biggest single opportunity to break through all these barriers that may exist on account of the kind of industry or societal mores and practices?
No, absolutely. And I say in today's world, every business is a tech business. Technology is no longer an enabler somewhere on the side. Business is technology. Today you cannot find any business which is not having technology at the heart of it. And beyond that, for women, technology is a big, big enabler. And why I say that, in these kind of forums, 20 years back, when they would ask me, how do you balance work life? What are your enablers? And that time we would say, okay, a mom-in-law helping or a full-time didi at home, other enablers. Fast forward, the enablers became the company policies like giving a crash facility, giving stuff like that, the company policies. Today, I think the enablers are tools, technologies, and AI in everybody's hands. I mean, women can actually make themselves so much more productive by getting familiar with some of the tools available to us. Be it helping their kids with their school exams or their essays, or ordering food or planning for a party. Everything is tech enabled. So how, as women, you don't fall behind and catch up on the tech and tools available to make your life easier and to release that time from your calendars, which you can then focus on the real things. So the nature of enablers has actually changed. So grab that, don't fall behind that. And that's in life, and of course in business, every business is a tech business.
Sorry, if I could
Yeah,
just
go ahead,
add
jump in.
that, could we please put those enablers in men's hands as well?
But please, the point that I want to come back to you with is defining moments that you witnessed in your own career that helped you reach where you are. Give us a couple, maybe, if you can share with our audience, the most defining moments that made you what you are.
You know, this is all hindsight, to be honest. I think for me, I'm a very restless person. And if I don't enjoy something, I've switched off. It's as simple as that. I have to be passionate about something. So I kept changing. I was in real estate. And I built something quite, about 250,000 square feet from literally nothing. Gave it up because I didn't enjoy it any longer. Got into the software services sector because that was the sunrise sector at that time. Enjoyed it, did everything except coding. So I would do acquisitions, JVs, finally listing, delisting, worked on all of that. one fine day, once the company was acquired, I realized I needed to actually call up to speak to my boss in London, my functional boss. For a 5-minute call, the gatekeeper said, 3 weeks later, I'll give you a call. That was the day I said, that's it. Right? And this was many years ago. You didn't have anything but emails, which took forever to get through. And I think that to me that really changed my life. Honestly, that call actually changed my life. Because I said, I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm not doing this. I'm not going to wait forever, Amen. And it was at that time when VC industry was just about starting. VCs were investing about $7 million. And there were not enough startups. Sanjeev Bikhchandani had just about started his company at that time. But there was a whole generation of first generation successful entrepreneurs who built companies and exited. Narayan Murthy and Saurabh Srivastava and all these guys. And they were wanting to invest and participate. They were not champagne boys. That's when this angel investing started to happen. And that was, it was a very banya thought, I must say, that we should all pool our money and invest in 5 companies instead of each of us investing in 5 companies. A very banya thought, to be honest. Because risk mitigate, right? 2 crores is going to go down the tube very easily. And I thought I was brilliant when I came up with that model. Sahi banyagiri ki. Then Google decided to help me, and I realized angel investing does exist around the world. We are the first in India, but nowhere else. But I think what has happened, why that became a defining moment, it started building in me, I think we need to institutionalize. We are not going to be running one more club. Number 1. Number 2, we're going to be focused on integrity, real-time information, transparency. So we started thinking tech, right? That was the second thing. The third thing, which to me is something my board members tell me even today, is we were building our brand not on success. We had to build our brand on failure. 100 entrepreneurs reach out to us, we select 1 or 2. 98 we decline. And you want those 98 people to actually say something nice, or if they can't, not actually say something negative. So brand had to be built on that, and without building brand, you can't reach the country. So I think there were a lot of small things that sort of helped us to understand that it wasn't enough to be a professional. It was important to be a humane professional and actually empathize. And I think in the business that I am, if investing, I need to even know who's going around. If my founder is going around with somebody, is he having a date? Because if she dumps him, the sales dip. It's happened. There's a company which is today doing 375 crores of revenues. And when they were doing about 20 odd crores, suddenly the sales dropped. 1 quarter dropped, 4th month dropped. So I flew to Calcutta and I said, kya ho kya raha hai? Yeah, he told me about everything, but I said, hua kya? How? Suddenly I said, where's your girlfriend? She said, wo to dump kar gayi na, wohi problem hai. So, that is what impacts youngsters.
You waited till the very end to provide that very interesting example. But so in the time that we have left, 3 minutes, I'm going to go across the panel with maybe one instance of a similar sort that you can share. Pratibha, to you first.
No, for me, if you're saying career changing and what got me, I was in consulting to start with. It was very predictable. I knew what's going on. Then I moved to hardcore sales, right? Where no woman has ever gone before kind of thing, playing at your back end. And then when you do sales, the rhythm is very, very different. You have to be prepared for questions every day. Why are your numbers not happening? In consulting, it was okay. After 6 months, outcome will come. So you have to be prepared for it. It's a challenge I took. And after doing sales and managing 300 people, workforce of men and youngsters, and I said, now I need to lead a company. So I really believe in, visualizing 3 years ahead. So that really works for me. And then I work towards a goal. So asking for a sales role and then waiting for this MD role has worked?
I can already see people in the audience, they're going to buttonhole you after you get some notes and tips from you, to you.
So you were asking about
One
key
particular
moments.
instance as a key moment that
Yeah.
you can share.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know about one particular, but there are many things that rhyme, right? Like there are many instances where you feel like you're having a major setback, but how can you make that into an opportunity? And I think for me, many of those times it was sort of like questioning, why am I really here? Or you know, how do I move forward from here? But it was really about taking that leap of faith and going ahead and doing it regardless, and trusting in the foundation that I have so far and what has brought me to that point, and really sort of taking control. So I'm part of a family business. I'm the second generation. There are always these sort of doubts that may play in your mind. You know, why me? Is there someone better who can lead this company? But having been through enough of those situations, I can fully say, yeah, I'm the right person. My sister is here today as well, and we both lead the company. And I can fully say that we are the right people because we know what is required to take things to the next level, to preserve the legacy that we have, and we understand the company to the core. So, you know, when we have to trust in the foundation that is built so far and trust in our ability to continue to further that. So I think in many cases, for most of the women in this room, I think in our fellow panelists as well, confidence and belief in who you are is, I think, the ultimate strength.
Prabha, the last word on this panel
I'm
to
going to
you.
quickly give a sales example as well. I did sales for the first time to run a branch in Delhi, and neither did I know anything about sales, and nor did I have very good Hindi. So the combination of that was great fun, but I learned a tremendous amount about myself and the business. So come straight back to the point that you were making.
Okay, so one common theme, and I know all the wonderful salespeople across the India Today empire, and including all the lady colleagues that we have will have taken from this session, that if you're in sales, you're set perhaps to have higher chances to become the boss, the boss man or the boss lady. I'm going to thank all these boss ladies here for being with us today and for being so candid with their answers. Thank you very much for your time. Over to you.
Thank you, ladies, for that fantastic session. May I please request you to stay on stage for a lovely group photograph. And more importantly, I'd also like to call on stage Alok Nair, our Chief Operating Officer at Business Today, to give a memento, a token of our appreciation to our speakers. And a huge round of applause, please. All right, we're bracing ourselves for the next session. As industries evolve at an unprecedented pace, women leaders have a unique opportunity to not only overcome complex challenges, but also shape the future in ways that were once unimaginable. This panel discussion that's coming up next will aim to discuss how women in leadership roles are now being seen as beacons of resilience, ushering in new perspectives, guiding organizations through uncharted territories, and breaking down barriers that have long held back progress. Our speakers for the next session are Shefali Garodia, Chairperson, Deloitte South Asia. A huge round of applause, please. Radhika Gupta, MD and CEO, Edelweiss AMC. Amisha Vora, Chairperson and MD, PL Capital. Prabhu Das Leeladhar. I'm going to be moderating this very stellar session with my co-host, Sakshi Batra. Huge round of applause, please.
Good evening, everyone. Well, what an amazing cast of women we have on this panel. Let me introduce you to all our panelists. Well, Shefali Garadia is the chairperson of Deloitte South. Last year, in fact, marked a significant milestone, as this was the first time when a woman was to chair a Big Four firm in India. So thank you so much. We're proud to have you. We have with us Radhika Gupta, MD and CEO of Edelweiss Mutual Fund, and there cannot be a more compelling story than Radhika Gupta's transformational story that we've seen. From being rejected 7 times over at a consulting firm, we've actually seen you 11 years forward, youngest CEO at 33. Huge round of applause for Radhika. And Amisha Vora, chairperson and MD of PL Capital Prabhudas Leeladhar, with over 35 years of experience in the financial markets. She has completed a full circle. She's transitioned from being a partner at the firm to now acquiring it. She's taken her stake from 24% to well over 96%. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being with us on this special and, wonderful panel discussion. I can't imagine how wonderful this is going to be. Let me start off by asking you, Radhika, because, you have to tell us, this is a storytelling time, and we need to hear from you. How have you managed to pull off what all the challenges you've faced? You've talked about it often, but we want to hear it one more time from you. 7 times rejections over. In fact, you were just 20 years old. And that is the time when you actually wanted to jump off a window and commit suicide. Years later, you've written about that in your book. The challenges that you overcame. Tell us about it, and where do you stand right now? Tell us, what do you want to tell those people who rejected you in the first place?
So it was a consulting firm. I'm pointing to my consulting colleague, but it's lovely to be here, and it wasn't Deloitte. We work with Deloitte, and you guys are lovely. It's lovely to be here. I think this is like the 5th year I'm at this BT event, and I've been joking with Rahul. He doesn't follow my idea that you should actually make a BT club and license this event, because the reason I come to the event is actually not to collect the award. It's to meet the most amazing 20, 30, 40 other women that I've met over the years. And believe me, some of the best friends I've made, and some of the best pregnancy advice, and some of the best mentors I have found have all been found through this event from 2019 to present. So you guys aren't making enough of this event. So that's a little tip from Shark in the house to Rahul and you guys. Please use that. Okay, so challenges. And I've been on countless women's panels where I have been asked about challenges. And I want to give you a different take on this. In most such sessions, when you're asked about challenges, there is an assumption that the challenges are very external. They could be things like work life, they could be discrimination at the workplace, just feeling out of place, whatever it is. And while I don't take away anything from the women who've gone through those challenges, I think for many of us, and I was talking to a group of 200 women entrepreneurs in Bangalore today, and for me, a large part of the challenges are internal. If I could go back and tell my 21-year-old self something, it would be to trust your inner voice and have a sense of self-confidence. Because I think till 5 years ago, I seriously lacked self-confidence, and I'm still on a journey with self-confidence. So finding self-confidence to trust your instincts, finding that courage to speak up and put up your point of view in the room, not getting scared when you go to a networking event and don't know how to break into that circle, or even having the confidence, my favorite thing, to ask for a raise or ask for more equity or buy back your firm, which I've historically sucked at. These have honestly been my biggest challenges. So I want a journey to discover self-confidence. I think I started as a 2. I'm currently sitting at an 8.
I think all of us in the audience would beg to differ. Radhika, we're a huge fan of all those moments. In fact, a lot of the young people in the audience as well consume so much content, inspirational stuff, especially from you on social media. So a huge round of applause, please, for Radhika. And yes, our management is here as well. Maybe we should make this a BT club. But you spoke about navigating challenges and concerns. Just to build on that, Shefali, if we're talking about a club and a chain of empowerment, how important is it to have the right mentors? I know this is a question which is gender agnostic, but especially for women at the workplace.
Thank you. Lovely being here, and I can't, agree more with Radhika. It is really nice to see so many accomplished women in the audience. So good luck to the others as well. As far as the role of mentors is concerned, I completely, go by that. I've personally benefited from the mentors throughout my career. And that has been a journey of 35 years being into profession, and many points in time. I come from a very traditional Gujarati household. So the upbringing is such that, you feel always that your family has to be first, right? So the minute, there is any dilemma or any choice, you always tend to give more priority to the family over your, career. And at that point in time, having the right mentors who guide you through the process, guide you through the decision-making tree, I think that's very, very important. So, and I was very fortunate to have them, throughout my life. And I tend to do that. It's like the way of paying forward. I do mentor a lot of women and give them the same advice that I got from my mentors to say, just dig your heels in, right? I think just take one day at a time. There's no need for any drastic decisions. You don't have to put your career on hold just to raise your children. Believe me, they do get raised even along with your career. And we are very happily so. And I used to do that. I used to go back and do the reality check with them from time to time to see should I have been doing anything differently. Because the fact that I was into international tax as a profession, I used to travel a lot to give lectures everywhere, and I used to be out. I've missed many of my children's important occasions. So I used to check in with them, have I been a good mom? Do you think I should have done anything differently? Should I have been around more for you? And every single time the answer I've heard from them is nope, everything was perfect. They would just rather have it the same way. So clearly you do need somebody who can ground you in and who can, help you sort through your priorities to see what is more important. And there would be times when you would want to put your family first, and it should be first at that point in time. But take somebody's help to help you navigate through the process.
Wonderful. Amisha, let me come to you. You've been part of the industry which couldn't have been more male-dominated, and especially when you started off, you said that, I also know more about money. I also know more about investments. You can't just take all those decisions. In fact, the group that you've taken over hasn't looked stronger after those 80 years. With your new innovations that you've gotten, the quant that you've looked at as well. Do tell us, how was it then? Did you really have to face a lot of challenges to really make your point felt, go across, believe in your own investment ideas and thesis? And how is it now?
So I think the journey has been extremely interesting. And the one thing that guided me throughout was stick to the basics. So as a young chartered accountant, as I started my journey, I had excellent idea about balance sheet readings, business model understanding. And I remember those days, the first analysis which I did and came out with an idea, I must have been 22 years, fresh chartered accountant, and the team didn't agree that this is going to be a turnaround story, and it was Tata Motors those days. But my work was very detailed. And to my surprise, and to everybody's surprise and my pleasure, the stock did exceedingly well. So which once again re-emphasized that if you have done your homework well, nothing else really matters. And keeping that same principle in, I've faced many situations when I go for a meeting abroad, straight on the face they will say, India is overbroke, we're not looking at a new broker. I said, it's okay. I hope you have 15 minutes. And trust me, each of those meetings lasted for 45 minutes, and they end up telling me that yes, we want to work with you. That is the power of homework that any gender can bring on the table. And you all were talking about sales. I've been always into sales. I've been 3 times best salesperson from India into institutional investments. And never ever that I offered a glass of drink to anybody. I have traveled US, Asia, Australia, and of course India. Whenever in US also, my client used to find out I am Jain, where will I get a vegetarian Jain food? Forget about drink. So this is the only thing I think makes a difference. That A, you have to be extremely passionate about what you're doing and love what you're doing. So all your time goes in really understanding from the basics what you want to do. I'm never bothered for what title I get, what position I get, what designation I get. It all followed the passion and devotion to work that I was getting. How do I make my client fare better? Am I going to really help in his decision-making process? And that's what made everything fall in place. I will just take 1 more minute to add what she was trying to say. That all throughout, of course, I was also nursing that little guilt feeling when I used to miss out my child's athletic. He was the best athlete in the school, so on and so forth, because I used to travel. And to my very pleasure and surprise, he keeps on saying that, Mom, I don't need to do an MBA. He's a CA, CFA, CMT, and business excellence. He has done masters. He says, I don't need to do MBA because that happened on our dining table. So yes, to most of the young women, mothers, everybody follows what you do rather than what you say. So if you are sincere, your children are going to follow the sincerity and really follow their own passion.
Fantastic. Radhika, what's interesting is in the previous session, there was talk of alpha mindsets in boardrooms, at home, just generally in society. And something I must, being the real sense of, or token of diversity and inclusion on this panel, standing here on stage with you, and I'm honored and privileged to be here, I must confess that, and let's get the audience in on it very quickly. How many of you all think women are better multitaskers than men? With a quick show of hands. That's the entire audience. And I say that, Radhika, because you did talk about navigating the challenges at home, but I've seen this with boss ladies at home and at work. Something I'm not good at is multitasking. How crucial a skill is that, a superpower is that for women at the workplace?
And you went back to work just about a month and a half after delivering your baby.
Yeah, and I must tell you, Shafali and Amisha, you have grown-up children, so you can reflect on the journey. And when I hear your reflections, it's very comforting for the mother of a 2-year-old, because I was in Bangalore last night, my 2-year-old fell sick, and I promised since I had my son that I would not do mom guilt. I said, mom guilt is not going to happen. You have nothing to feel guilty about, but just when those niggling thoughts come in, it's very inspiring to hear that at the end of the day, it will all be okay. I don't think, I'm not surprised everyone raised their hand in the room. I think women have been natural multitaskers. There's all this talk of customer service, understanding your customer engagement these days. A woman in her life, even if she's not a working woman, has a mother-in-law and in-laws to deal with, has parents to deal with, has a spouse to deal with, has kids to deal with, manages all her stakeholders and customers so beautifully in life. And by the way, we do it without training on stakeholder management and conferences like this and Excel spreadsheets. So we know our stakeholder management. We know our multitasking. In the last 2 years, since I've had a 2-year-old, I've been the author of 1 book and 1 more book coming. I've been a judge on Shark Tank India, which is 15-hour shoot days, back to back to back with 2 hours of makeup, which is torture for someone like me. I've represented India at World Economic Forum, and Edelweiss Mutual Fund has doubled in size. And I think my 2-year-old is a reasonably good kid. And all of this has been managed to happen with me getting 7 hours of sleep at night. So the point is, we know how to do it and it can happen. I think multitasking is a tremendous skill in leadership too, because at least as a CEO, I was taught that there are really two things that you do. One thing a leader does is a lot of stakeholder management. For instance, in our role as mutual fund CEOs, we look at media, we look at regulators, we look at customers, we look at employees, stakeholder management, we've got it there. The other thing is that as you rise in any organization, your role goes from increasingly more functional to a lot more generalist, right? I went from being a pure play investment professional to investments being 20% of my role, marketing being another 10, sales, which everybody should do, being another 20, compliance being 10. So the ability to have a multitasking skill set at all points of time is incredible. So what you call traditionally feminine skill sets are actually the skills that you need at the workplace. And I would just say one last thing. Many years ago, I'm a very emotional person, many people don't know that. I was told that being an extremely emotional person would kill me as a leader. I was actually told by my boss that one day this is going to kill you as a leader, because I would cry at the workplace, I would get emotional about employees. I am a very emotional person. A year and a half ago, that person left the organization. Of course, Edelweiss Mutual Fund has done well since he made that statement, but he actually told me something. He's like, there's no one right style of leadership. There's no alpha, beta, gamma in leadership. Leadership is individual. And he says, you know what? I take my words back. You've done well because you are an emotional leader. So stop questioning and saying, I'm a woman, I'm not alpha. Embrace what you have. What we have is good enough.
That's wonderful. Shefali, let me come to you on that point. Yes, that definitely calls for a round of applause. And, take it from there and tell us about the forward-looking things. We do know that all of you in your own steads, in your own industries, have broken the glass ceilings. You've done it with courage. You've done it with a lot of grace and humility. But when we look forward, 10 years, 20 years, you're visionaries in your own aspects as well. What is it that keeps you awake at night when you talk about a woman leader who's in the making, about more women leaders who should be in your position, many more who should be celebrating going forward from here?
See, I think generally while there is a lot of awareness in India, but we are still far behind when it comes to really giving an equal number of seats at the table to women. And, part of the problem has been that traditionally over the years, we've not had sufficiently big pipeline. And on the previous panel also they talked about it, right? You interview more people so that you can get them more in. We have about almost 50% ratio, men to women at the entry level. But as the women, rise in their careers, they tend to, fall by the side. And what we need to do as leaders is try and create a framework which encourages more women to stay in the organizations. If they stay, I think that's half the battle won. Then you can easily, train them, skill them for the leadership skills, managerial skills. And once they've grown out of that critical phase in their personal lives, they will be full on game, in terms of pursuing their career.
Are we doing enough as India aim to make them stay?
Not yet. I think, while many organizations do have a lot of women-friendly policies, like, we spoke about the creche, or like in Deloitte, we have something called a nanny reimbursement. So any woman returning from maternity leave, we do provide a reimbursement for the nannies. Now that, what does it do, right? Because, not that people can't afford, but that takes away that whole argument, which they might be having with their mother-in-laws or in the family to say, should they or should they not have the nanny? Yeah. The minute you get a reimbursement from your employer, everybody is willing to go for it. And that takes away the burden. We are also training men, right, in terms of trying to, share the burden of work at home. So some of these things need to happen more.
But it's not just India, Shefali. What about the rest of the economies around the world? Are they doing enough to make sure women do not abandon the workplace and they come back after that short hiatus in their career?
So there is a mixed experience. There are a few continents, they are far better at this. Like for example, Europe. They really do a lot better on this count. US, not so much yet. Of course, they have more women in the workforce than us, but in terms of the issues and who shares the larger burden of work at home, or like, we have the issue about, taking care of the seniors, right? Which naturally falls, in the woman's domain because, they are more caring and it is expected as a part of our societal structure. Now, those things are not there in many of the Western cultures. But in Asia, certainly we see this in many countries. Like Japan is even worse off than where we are. So it is not an equal experience in all countries. Culture plays a very significant role, but the organizations are doing a lot more. Even at the boardroom level, there is, we've done a report on, women in the boardroom, and we are beginning to see how having different approaches, whereby who you are bringing to the table in the boardroom and how many women are you bringing to the table, it really increases your diversity. So it's creating awareness, introducing policies, and then holding your management accountable, right? Because having policies is not enough. So every time there is a promotion, there are increments, keep challenging your executives to make sure that, women have not been dealt with an unfair hand.
As some of the the top 3 leaders, I'm an August company and of course my lovely colleague Sakshi on the stage. I'm just curious to build on that because we often talk about problems and it's more big picture, macro, and we don't have solutions. Just building on this point, Amisha, we came out of the lockdown, all of us sitting in this room, working from home, using technology to make things happen, even us men becoming better multitaskers. At least we like to show that on Zoom calls, a teeny weeny bit. But my point being, Amisha, why haven't we learned some lessons from there to fix some of these problems, to really give us those leeways, that flexibility, honestly using technology to make it better?
So yes, in general, I think first I will go by what Chef Ali was trying to talk about, giving those extra additional soaps so that women continue to work and be in the journey together. But if you see at the lower strata of the society, where working is important, do women leave jobs after just because they have a baby? They all continue. So trust me, this is a question that we women need to ask ourselves. Are we passionate enough? And do we realize and do we have a foresight that after this 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, whatever may be the time when babies will consume total energy, what kind of emptiness will seep in? And an educated, developed mind, where will it put that energies? So there is a very little time that we have to all pass as women when our children need a lot of our attention. The easier answers during this period when you like your career and of course you love your family and children is to sacrifice on your socializing. That is the first thing that you can put down the dump. Second is of course on your fashion and your something, because this is temporary, you can do away with. But if you take a long break, your desire to bounce back, your confidence to bounce back will become a question mark. And I'll just tell one more thing linked to this and I'll take it forward. Challenges keep changing their, size, dimensions as you continue to progress in your career. So about 4-5 years back, the organization in which I started as an employee in the institutional business, which is one of the businesses, and then I kept adding businesses, was at a juncture when most of my other shareholders thought that they probably are at a stage they can probably sell it off to one of the larger organizations or a bank and earn cash. And somewhere I thought that maybe this is not the right size, this is not the right justice to the brand that is there in business for almost 80 years, that we just give it away like that. Trust me, to do this decision, A, I needed capital, B, I needed all the regulators. We are governed by RBI, SEBI, BSE, NSE, IRDA, all the permissions. I needed all my bankers to continue to support me if from 4 shareholders and 4 personal guarantee people, I turned to one. And by the time in the boardroom this decision would have happened, I had lost a good amount of my 5-6 years of prime career time. But I continued to trust my instinct. And I took this decision. And everything fell in place. It took me 6 months to really make up my mind. Do I do 4x my net worth to buy out a firm? Do I do a structured buyout? I didn't give a personal guarantee of my husband also. I stuck to it that no, I come with so much experience. I'm going to run this organization and I'm going to do A, B, C. And everything fell in place. Within 2 years, both from profits and equity raise, I have repaid all my structured debt. Why I'm sharing is just to say that no hurdle is a big hurdle.
Wow.
Soaps will just take away your main focus. We don't need soaps. We don't need any smaller supports. Let's believe in ourselves.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful, Amisha. Thank you so much for giving us that wonderful insight and anecdote about yourself as well. But you and Radhika both are from markets, and I cover markets. I cannot let you both go talking about markets. Tell us, Radhika, do women make more better investors? At least the SEBI survey did talk about women making better traders than men. Are they making good enough number of women investors right there? You are talking to them almost every day. Tell us.
We make phenomenal savers. Mothers and grandmothers have been CFOs of homes for decades, and they've managed to take care of all of us and save money on the side. If you want proof of that, please remind yourself about demonetization. So they make phenomenal savers. They need to convert that journey from savings to investments by stopping outsourcing the problem to men. And in every session I go to, I tell women 2 things. 1, don't outsource this to men. There's a lot of other stuff you can outsource to the men in your life, but not money management. And 2, don't think it's complicated. I sell mutual funds for a living.
Yes.
Believe me, ladies, if you can manage your career, if you can manage your home, if you can manage all the other things that you do, picking a couple of mutual funds ain't very hard. So women are good at it. They just have to believe it.
Amisha, you started off by talking about Tata Motors. Tell us which is going to be the next multi-bagger. All the women over here really need to know that. What is really going to create a whole lot of wealth for all of us in the next 1 year?
Or you can just say mutual fund sahi hai, and I will love you, Amisha. Come on.
But I think one thing which I will tell all my women colleagues is that while you work to make money, investments and wealth creation is the way your money works for you. You don't do anything. You just don't do anything. You invest and your money works for you. Don't miss out that opportunity. The other way of really explaining that is that the biggest dinosaurs, they say in financial market, is inflation. Which means that every rupee you keep, every year becomes less powerful. What really brings power back to money is your wealth creation journey, where only equities give you the wealth creation opportunity. So once again coming back, please invest in our mutual fund.
Thank you. I love you, Amisha.
Wonderful.
What
Thank
a
you so much.
fantastic session. An absolute honor and privilege for me to be on this stage as that token of diversity and inclusion with these stellar ladies. A huge round of applause for you all for being a lovely audience as well.
We request all of you to please stay back for a photo op, and we'll also request Alok Nair to please come up on stage and present the memento to all of our speakers right there. All right, huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for that one. And let's... Okay, are we all set? The next panel is going to be fiery, feisty. I promise you that. The next session is titled Passionpreneurs and the Art of Wealth Creation. Our next guests truly embody the true essence of women with power. They are bold, they are brave, they are confident, and a testament to the fact that women too can call the shots, not just in the kitchen, but also in boardroom meetings. They are fabulous, they are fearless, fashionable, and enterprising at the same time. Please join hands in welcoming our next panel, who are entrepreneurs, businesswomen, art curators, and actors, all put together in Netflix hit viral show, Fabulous Lives of Bollywood Wives. Please welcome on stage Shalini Pasi, art connoisseur, Neelam Kothari, actor and entrepreneur, Mahib Kapoor, actor and entrepreneur, Seema Kiranjate, actor and entrepreneur, and also Bhavna Pandey, actor and entrepreneur. To moderate this wonderful session, let me please call on stage Tushar Joshi, Chief of Entertainment Bureau, and Heisha Chima, Deputy Editor, India Today. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for this one.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and hello to all the beautiful ladies sitting out here. Now, before I actually start shooting all my questions, I want every women entrepreneur sitting in the audience and all of you all here to give yourselves a huge round of applause as a token of self-appreciation. Come on. Amazing. Okay, now with that energy, I hope this continues throughout the session, yeah, Tushar?
Absolutely.
So we're kicking this off with Mahib now. Hello, Mahib.
Hi.
Okay, so I'm going to start off by asking you that as a women entrepreneur yourself, like typically, what are some of the stereotypes that you've come across, and what was your strategy to navigate through those?
Okay, first of all, I just want to make it very clear. I am not going to be studious. This looks like a very studious, serious lot. Okay? Don't take me seriously. But stereotype, I can only talk from my experience. I've made a living for the past 4 or 5 years as a Bollywood wife. And I think Bollywood wife had a very negative connotation, probably in the 60s and the 70s. It was always the woman who was behind the superstar husband, looking after the home, looking after the kids. And fast forward to today, we've got Bollywood wives like Gauri Khan, Twinkle Khanna, who've got businesses, talented, and certainly not in any shadow. I think that for us, with Bollywood wives, yes, it's fun and it's glamorous and it's snazzy, but it was very important for us every season to put in a very serious cause that we believed in. So in season 1, we brought up beach cleanup.
Beach cleanup.
Which it was fun, but it was a cause that we wanted because we don't want to take our platform frivolously. We know that there is an audience. We know that we've got a voice over there. So it was very important. Now in season 3, I had to address my diabetes. And I've got this whole now, people who are messaging me, DMing me, so I've got this whole gang of diabetes gang that we are corresponding with. And, I think it's just the power that we're giving out there and the awareness. And I think that is very important. And for a Bollywood wife, I just want to say that this show came to us when we were in our middle age. I was 49. So I just want to tell women and end this very fast before I bore you, that it's not over till it's over. So women who think that, look, we're middle-aged and this is it, it's not. We've been kind of resurrected with Bollywood wives and we've got a hit show on hand, and that's why you guys have called us on this stage.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Amazing.
Mahib, I have to pick up on the fact that this is an interesting thing. You mentioned a number. Usually when it comes to women, there is this whole stereotype, right? Never ask a woman her age, never put her in a spot, never do a single digit, double digit, whatever digit you want. But I love the fact that you've owned it. And I want to move to Neelam now, the lady in red, beautiful Neelam. Can we have a round of applause for Neelam? I mean, come on.
Thank you.
look at the late 80s, you look at the 90s, you sort of ruled that entire space. I want to speak to you a bit about that transition. You know, Bollywood and films were so different back in the day. She made a very interesting point about how women need to sort of own their bodies, their age, things and labels that are thrown at them. But back in the day, when you were doing films and you were doing multiple films and you were being on multiple sets, things were not that easy and rosy as like the kind of conversations we're having now. Speak to me about that transition. And what were some of the things when you look back at now and you're like, dude, did I just do that? Was I asked to do like a song, a bizarre thing?
Well, first of all, good evening, everybody. It's great to be on this panel and be part of this special evening. So back to your question. Yes, back in the 80s and 90s, things were very, very different in films. If we're talking about women, there were hardly any women on the set. So barring myself and maybe my masi or my mom who used to accompany me, my hairstylist, there was no other woman on the set. So the difference, I know that wasn't part of your question, but I'm just going to add it. Today the industry is full of women, be it writers, directors, artists, you know, writers. It's full of women, which is a great transition. My transition from being an actor and then becoming a businesswoman was the hardest transition of my life. It was so difficult because when I started my jewelry business, people thought that, oh, you know, she's been an actress, she's got nothing else to do, so now she's become a jeweler. But I mean, I come from 4 generations of jewelers, my grandfather, great-grandfather. I learned the business, everything from my father, and when I started Neelam Jewels, I had 0 customers, and my father gave me a budget, said that, okay, make your collection within this much. I had no customers for like 1-2 years, and then I built my brand slowly but surely, and I think my celebrity status went against me because they thought that she knows nothing about the business, we're not buying from her. So I mean, where I reached today, I mean, it's been a very long, tough journey. So yeah, the transition was very, very hard.
Wow. You know, actually, I'm going to pick from what you just said, Neelam, and throw the question at you, Seema, right now. You know, Neelam, you highlighted the fact that women sometimes, most of the times actually, we have these stereotypes where we're not really good with money, right? And I just want to dodge everybody's memory out here and tell everyone that we have been good with money. Like, look at our great-grandmoms and everybody saving their money in the kitchen, dabbas and jolis and potlas, right? Tell me, Seema, according to you, how are you as a mum, as an entrepreneur, as far as finances are concerned? And what's your tip and advice to all of those who think that we women are probably just shopaholics?
I mean, first of all, hi everyone. Thank you for having us here. And coming quickly to the question, I think women are the first CEOs. You're a CEO of your home, right? You're running the show. You're running the home. And like you said, saving money, it's the jugaad that even I have done. I mean, you know, back in the day when I was married, you save up and you save up. You want something, okay, isme se itne paise nikalo, isme se itne nikalo, you have a dabba and you keep saving. At the end of the year, you can buy that one piece of jewelry or whatever you want. So having said that, I think that, you know, women are way better at saving money and handling the finances and putting them in the right, actually investing them in the right places as opposed to men. This is my takeaway from the whole thing.
I agree with you totally, and I'm sure all the men here also might agree with us after this chat.
You know, and the lady sitting next to Seema, Bhavna, I need to come to you now. Because along with being a housewife, being a hands-full housewife, running a business, being an entrepreneur, you also have the responsibility of looking at your daughter. You need to sort of groom your daughter. You sort of instill certain principles in her. And not just one, but you have 2 daughters and they must have been a handful, right? The fact that a lot of young girls today, and we have a lot of mothers in the audience, we have people across all age groups in the audience, look up to Ananya, right? And being a role model in Bollywood is very tricky. It's not easy at all. But I want to speak to you about perhaps the things that you installed in her. Like as a kid, maybe she was like, I need to buy this. I want a dress. Did she get pocket money? How were you with money with your kids? Because that's such an important part. of the household, not just with women, but with men as well, right?
Yeah, good evening everyone, and thank you for having us here. Yes, of course, disciplining your children is very, very important. I mean, we all kind of, that's sort of our mentality, and that where we earn money and we want to kind of save up money to give our children a better life, whether it's their schooling or their college education or whatever they want to do in life. But I think we really disciplined our girls when they were growing up. They were always like, even when we traveled and stuff, I mean, they were on kind of a budget, like this is the amount you can spend on shopping, and this is the amount we've spent on tickets or hotels. They were always aware, and we always like kind of, it was always planned that we, instead of taking 4, 5, holidays in a year, you take 1 or 2 holidays which are like, which fall in our budget, and we can spend a little more time and give them a great holiday. But having said that, going back to what Mahip and Neelam said, see, I also come from a family where the women have always worked and they've kind of planned these things. So whether it was my mom, my mother-in-law, then me, and now today Ananya is working, and she also, when she started working, she realized the importance of investing in kind of a house first. She wanted to invest into a house because she knows that it's very easy to kind of, get carried away and, shop and spend all your money. But she realizes that now that and she also realizes because she's working hard. So she knows the value of money and she wants to invest it in the right places. So I think this is something I learned from my mom and my mother-in-law, and I've kind of instilled it in Ananya, and hopefully Raisa is still studying, but hopefully she will also, go in the same manner.
Right. But I think I'm going to just ask this to you, Bhavna. In the show itself, Chunky has specifically mentioned and said this, that he's facing reverse nepotism right now because there's Ananya, but there's also you right now, given this season was such a huge hit. Let me ask you this on a lighter note. Between you, Ananya and Chunky, who's the boss at home right now?
I think I'm the boss. I was always the boss and I'm still the boss.
Always
that
the boss.
Doesn't go away.
Amazing. Okay, everybody, Shalini Pasi is also here. Amongst all the Mumbai wives here, we've got Shalini here from Delhi. Thank you so much, Shalini, for joining us.
Thank you, Business, today for having me. Thank you, Aisha. Thank you, Tushar.
Shalini, I'm sure you're aware about this, that netizens are absolutely drooling over your fashion sense. I feel recently, I'm sure everybody's on Instagram and Reels, and we've been seeing this whole cross pendant that you wore initially in the show, and now Kim Kardashian has worn it as well. And you've become this fashion statement, fashion girl. I mean, what's going on in your head at this point?
So honestly, I never wanted to be the it girl because I'm not the it girl. I don't wear the perfect black dress and I don't have the perfect hair. But
oops, we're all in black here, most of us.
So sorry, what I meant was like, very editorial. It's my own personal style and I just like to put things together. And honestly, I was just having fun and not really thinking what anybody, I actually thought people will not like it because it's not very like, it's a little maximalist, it's not minimalist, and everything now is very clean, hair is very open. So I was like, I just want to be like this, though the stylist told me, the makeup artist said, don't put so many clips, but I said I want to do it. So.
And also your bags have been making quite a few statements, isn't it? Like we've all seen those
Absolutely,
bags.
she has one today. I don't know if she has it on stage, but
it's there.
It's right there.
Yeah.
Amazing. Tushar.
Neelam, Mahip, Seema, all of you, Bhavna, and including you, Shalini. We have a group of people over here who are listening to each and every word that you say, right? When we see you on the posters, we travel in Bombay, we see billboards and we see your faces plastered on that. We see you on social media. We see you sort of own the fashion space. Then we see you sort of own the whole gossip space and sort of having fun with it, right? This whole label of women being gossip mongers and, oh, you're such a woman if you had to, bring this thing out. Talk to me a bit about a couple of stereotypes that need to now go down the drain. It's 2024. Guys enjoy gossip as much as women. Come on.
Finally you said it. Thank you.
I have to say one thing. Okay, season 3 has dropped and I think more men have watched it than women.
That's a testament to the viewership.
So I think it's the men who enjoy the goss more than the women.
Mahip, you want to add to that bit? Couple of things that need to sort of now go down.
I agree. I totally agree. When I'm gossiping with my girlfriends, it's always the husbands who are lurking around, pretending not what to want to know, but they do. It's a fact.
Bhavna, has this ever happened with you back at home when it's you, Raisa and Ananya discussing to probably shop something, get something, own it, and then there's Chunky in the background probably seeing from his CCTV camera what the hell are you guys doing and talking about, and then he's coming and guiding you all on finances? Like, does this happen at your house, or are you truly the boss and nobody gets to take a chance on that?
No, so we have a family WhatsApp group, okay? So whenever we want to shop something, it's a rule that you have to put it on the group, and then everyone has to approve. You know, so it's...
How many groups do you have on your phone? I need to know.
Yeah.
Come on.
There are many. We've got a Bollywood Vibes private. Then we have a... Because it's very important to have private, right?
Okay,
Sometimes
question. Is this private minus the Delhi vibes?
See, this was started in season 1.
Yes.
So in all fairness, it's not because the Delhi girls have come on. We've had it since season 1. And we've just not changed it, you know. And then we have a group with all 7 of us.
Yes.
Yeah, of course. And then we have, then I have my family group, which is just the 4 of us. And then I have another group, which includes my mom, dad, sisters, and everyone. Yeah. So
you have so many layers of approval just for shopping?
No. The shopping goes in the group, which is the 4 of us. And guess who puts the maximum things there?
Chunky.
Yes.
That's you said it, I did.
Chunky is such a shopper. If he's not shopping offline, he's only shopping online. And then he puts these colorful shirts on the group, and we always is that for me? Is that for me? 3 of us are thinking it's for us, but it's actually for him. And he gets the maximum disapprovals. We still do what we want. The girls are the bosses, right?
Absolutely.
You know, Seema, I'm loving the fact that you've got so much attention. You've got attention in the first season, but now we're getting to see more and more a bit of all of you, right? Because in the first season, you're like, okay, let's try this. Let's see where it goes. Then we get to see more and more of you. Perhaps we get to deep dive into your mind. For anybody who's watching the series, or if there is somebody who doesn't have money legacy, who doesn't come with that sort of privilege, right? That conversation happens on social media a lot. Any tips for anybody perhaps who looks at a poster and a billboard and says, I want to be there one day. I want to sort of make it. Young girls, it could be boys as well. What's the word of advice coming from you?
I wasn't there when I was in my 20s or even 30s. And I think that, I'm one of those people who's always open to new experiences, and, I dive right in, and I like to take risks because, what will happen? At the most, you'll fail. That's it. But the failure will also teach you something you learn something from that. But you always take away an experience that stays with you for life. So I'm very pro that. I mean, I'm a risk taker, and I want to tell every young girl out there that don't have any regrets. If you want to do something, do it. Work towards it. At the most you'll fail at it, and it's really not a failure. So it's never too late. Like Mahip said, she's saying she started this show at 49. She didn't, because I'm 49 today, and we've been shooting this show for the last 5 years. We started 5 years ago. We were all in our 40s, and little did we know that this would come along, and we really honestly had no idea we would get all this love. And apart from the love and the fame, we also got, we connected with a lot of women out there. Individually, we're such distinctly different personalities that we connected with a lot of women out there. And I think it's encouragement by itself to the women out there that, if we can do it, and, it seems like we all have these glamorous, privileged lives, not denying the privilege. But at the end of the day, I want to tell you, we've all been where you've been. All. So the journey and that wanting to get there, it happens to everyone.
Right. But Shalini, it's very different in your case specifically, right? Because as everybody said, that they might have their Bollywood surnames and tags attached, but you also came with legacy, which is financial legacy. I want to understand, what was your reason specifically to then do the show, if it's not the money?
So for me, it was, I think, the first thing which made it very easy for me, and I'll be really honest about it, and I've been saying this from day one. The first meeting that we had regarding this with Netflix and Karan was that this is going to be a cakewalk for me, because these women here, amazing women here, actually made it possible for someone like me to walk onto the platform that they have worked so hard for the last 5-6 years. And this is the first thing I actually said to Netflix. And it's true. And I genuinely believe that it wasn't for 4 of them, we would not have been included here, and I would not been here. And also, if I did not know them personally and they were not friends of mine, I would have probably not gone ahead and done this, because I know them, I know their families, I've known them for years, and there's a sort of a comfort level, and I know that, you know, deep inside that, you know, they are amazing women. That made it very easy for me. On a different level, for me, I live for new experiences. OTT and cinema, being in front of the camera is a very, very new thing for me. I've more been inclined to art and design all my life. So for me, it was also a challenge. Also, absolutely, for me, it was very exciting to meet new people, be in different situations. And this was the first time that I was actually working for someone rather than working for me, working for myself, because everything I did before that was done on my time. But here, I had to be available when everybody was available. I had to be on time. I could not say I'm not feeling well, or I don't feel like doing it most of the time. Like, I had to be responsible enough, and that made me sort of grow up a little bit more.
You know, I think, Tushar, we've had enough of entrepreneurial questions. We should get the entertainment out right now, because we've got all of them.
I remember Mahib saying this when she walked in. She's like, I don't want serious questions. I don't want to be put in a box. I don't want to be boring. So Mahib, here we go. This is your favorite part of this.
Finally. We're going to do this with you. So I think let's do this. Let's ask all of them over here. We're going to do like a mix match right now. This is called Fabulous Lives of Bollywood Vibes. I want to know if this show was made on Fabulous Lives of Bollywood actors. Who would you all cast?
Bollywood husbands.
Specifically.
But we are turning the tables now.
Yeah, we choose that.
Yeah.
So I think all our husbands.
All our husbands.
I think
We
they
can't have
were
all our husbands,
loved.
then we'll have to make it male actors. If you had to, perhaps, if you were sitting on a table doing narration and putting a show together, if you had to reverse tables with Netflix and Netflix walks in and you had to pitch a show together as a team with men.
Okay, easy.
Choose one name each. Let's do that.
Yeah. So an actor, basically.
Actor.
Yeah. Oh, lovely. Okay.
Can I go?
Shalini's
Devanand. Devanand, definitely. I would love to
time
know,
travel, perhaps.
Love to time travel. I would love to know more about I've read his book many years ago, but I would love to know more and actually get into his brain and understand what a genius he was. I've admired him all my life.
So my answer, you'd need a time machine, because
It's okay, we'll go with time.
no, because mine is Ranveer Singh. I mean,
I knew it. That's not fair.
She's
That's
taken your
not
answer,
fair.
Mahib.
She's just before me. That's not fair. Can we have it?
I cannot change it. Sorry, I'm a die-hard fan and I'm loyal to Ranveer Singh.
That's so slimy. She's
Mahib, change your
taken my
answer now.
man. Okay, so someone else who's hot, because we have to drool. So I'll say Hrithik Roshan. Bare body.
Yeah, why not? Okay.
That's what everybody worked up. Hrithik Roshan, the image of him. Everybody's like, woo. Seema?
Okay. I mean, is the criteria hot, or is the criteria reality TV material?
Let's do a mix of both. Give me two
Okay.
names. I'm okay with that.
So
too.
if it was hot, definitely John Abraham, 100%. I mean, and he's had quite a journey, so I'd like to know, a lot about his life. And reality TV material, I think it would be Varun Dhawan, because I know his whole family personally, and they have a very, he grew up in a nuclear family. And of course, he has extended family as well, but they're very entertaining, and I think that he would make perfect reality TV material.
Bhavna?
God, okay, between Devanand and Varun Dhawan, I think we've covered most of Bollywood. But I would like to say, I think I'll still stick to our husbands. I know, because we've got the hot value and everything, but they are the ones who provided the entertainment in season 1 and 2.
I agree with you.
I remember.
I am a part of the show. No, Bhavna, you have to give a name that's not a part of the show.
It's not
Chunk
a
is
part of the
show. Yeah.
They're not a part of the show. They make fleeting appearances, and I'm telling
Special
you,
appearances.
yeah, special. And we get so many comments, all of us, that they should actually do more scenes. They actually miss them because they are bringing in because they take off on us, and people love it.
But still, let's say from the current generation, I'm pushing you a little bit more. Who do you think would make it?
Oh God, they've covered all the names. Let me think. I mean, he'd never do it, but he's just amazing as Shah Rukh. I think he'd be just brilliant. He's so witty, and he's hot, and he's everything.
I think you've got a blockbuster.
From Devanand to Shah Rukh Khan, there's definitely a blockbuster there. But Mahim, because you didn't get a Ranveer Singh moment to sort of bask in his glory, I'm throwing a question to all of you now. This is part 2 of the rapid fire. Because you've worn your entrepreneur hats and you've been business women, right? If you had to choose a profession or a business for the following male actors, what business you think they would be good at investing in or starting? Mahip, you go. Ranveer Singh. He's a Sindhi, very successful boy.
Well, I mean, I love his clothes. So he'd have to,
Clothes on and off both.
Yeah, he's eccentric, he's unapologetic, on and off, yes. Whatever, you said it, huh? I'm a married woman, I can't talk so much. But yeah, with clothes, something to do with clothes.
Shalini? I'm giving you the actor, Akshay Kumar.
Akshay Kumar, I think he would be an amazing wedding planner.
Wedding planner?
Yeah,
Okay,
I think he's quite enthusiastic and he wakes up early and he's very regimented and very organized, and I think I could see him organizing like a really big events. No? Don't kill me.
All right.
Seema, I'm giving you Ranbir Kapoor.
You're giving me, I thought you will give me John. Okay, chalo.
Let's take John as well. Let's give you Ranbir
No,
and John.
I'll give Ranbir Kapoor. What would he? You know, honestly, I've noticed his address. I think his sense of dressing is the coolest. It's very up my alley, and he's a total sneakerhead. And I know that sneakers is a huge industry today, and I think we don't have something like a flight club, right? Flight club. Yeah, flight club. I think I would say that he'd make a great entrepreneur where it came to like streetwear and sneaker. He's a sneakerhead, so something like a flight club.
Okay. Bhavna, Salman Khan for you.
I think Salman looks really good with sunglasses. I think he should start a sunglasses brand. Optician.
She made him an optician.
Okay, Mahip, then we're coming to you again. Tell me, for Sanjay Dutt, what's the business that he can start?
Sanjay Dutt, why am I giving all these actors businesses? For God's sake. He's very into bodybuilding, so I guess dumbbells. Sanjay Dutt, dumbbells.
Okay then.
Shalini, because you own the fashion space so much, right? One tip of advice, if you see a badly dressed actor on the red carpet, what's the one tip that you have for people who have fashion faux pas, and what's the one thing that comes to your mind? Because you speak your mind and you're very open about it.
So,
what's your take on Bollywood dressing?
I think they're all really well dressed and they have amazing stylists and they're doing a great job. And I think it's suiting their personalities. I think they're choosing clothes which they enjoy wearing. They're having fun. The audiences are having fun. Of course, we all make mistakes. And sometimes I'm really blunt. Even if it's not my intention, I'll just say it. So I try not to say things or try not to look at fashion blunders, because it's really, as an artist, to see anything which is not beautiful is almost like an eyesore for me. So it's actually painful if I don't see, I just turn my face mostly. So.
Okay, Neelam, what's that one tip that Karan Johar gave you when you came on the show and he said that make sure you follow it?
So I basically, when Karan was, I've said this story a gazillion times. So when Karan got this idea of making a reality show with the four of us, I was like gung-ho and very excited about it. But then when it was actually happening, I got cold feet and I chickened out and I said, Karan, I cannot do this. He said, no problem, take your time. Then I called him back and I said, okay, you know what, finally I've decided I'm going with it. He said, Neelam, one thing. If you're going to do reality, you've got to give it your 100%. Even if you're making an ass of yourself, own it. And I think that's one thing that's stuck in my mind, because doing a reality show and this space of entertainment it looks great and glamorous and fun and everything, but it's very, very hard. You're putting your life out there, you're putting your family out there, your feelings out there. And he just said, give it your 100% and own it.
Okay, let's just say hypothetically, if you guys could swap your lives with one another, who would you swap your life with and why? We're going to go one by one with this. Bhavna, let's start with you.
You know, that's a
Hypothetically. You can pick Ridhima also and Kalyani if you want to include them since they're not here.
I mean, this is a really tough question. Honestly, I have, you know, when I look back at my life, I just don't want to change anything about my life. I don't want to sound boring, but really, I would not want to swap my life with anyone.
Hypothetically, if you're swapping it up. No, let's just say, which wife do you think is the closest to you if you had to
Or
swap
if not
it
a
with?
wife, say a person who you look up to in the business space. I mean, you have international names as well. Women who have defied odds, they came from zero, nothing, and then they made powerhouses in the fashion space. Anybody you look up to in that space, because that's again interesting, right? We're not just sticking to women of a certain age or a race or a place. You have people all over the world.
I think then probably Kris Jenner.
Mama Kardashian.
Not only Momager, she's made her own life, she's made her daughter's lives and the kind of businesses she's running, and it's amazing. And such a strong, powerful lady.
Would we ever see perhaps, you know, you mentioned Kris Jenner, and Kris Jenner is a master stroke when it comes to creating reality shows. What is your take on sort of the younger kids or the younger generations with the attention that the paps give the kids these days, right? Because that's like an interesting take. You're not just mothers, but you're also people in public space now. You get papped as well when you guys step out, right? So, Bhavna, what has been your take on that?
No, I think, you know, it's a very important part of the business today, you know, and I mean, getting papped is fine. Sometimes I think sometimes it gets too intrusive, you know, but most of the time I think it works for, you know, the kind of business that young actors are in today. They need to be seen, especially when they're promoting movies and things. So and you know, at times when, you know, sometimes they're just coming out of the gym or something and they don't want to get papped, but then you got to live with it because you can't have it just your way. That's what it is.
Seema, anybody in the international space you look up to, or like she said, Kris Jenner, any name that comes to your mind?
She stole my Kris Jenner Kardashians, but you know, because my first love and passion is fashion, I've always been intrigued by how Zara was founded. And I know the story. I'm sorry, I have a terrible, terrible memory, but I do know that she started from home and where she's scaled and reached the brand today, along with obviously help from her whole family. But you can go to any corner of the world and there's a Zara, and you can walk into any Zara at any point, and it's always busy, and it's just the way she's made this into such a successful brand. I'm in awe of that. So I would really, you know, honestly, maybe someday, who knows? I'm trying.
Why not? Never say never.
Yeah, never say never. Mahib.
Pressure of, well, look, I'm a woman of leisure. So I think if I have to choose, I would want Queen Elizabeth, and I'd love to live in the Buckingham Palace, and I'd like to go ting ting, and my breakfast is served. Gin and tonic she has in the afternoon, that's just so me. So I go for the ultimate. I want to be in the palace.
That visual is going to stay for a bit. The ting ting bit is not going anywhere for a while. But
Ting ting. Let's just make her say the famous word, no, that she's famous for. Come on, Mahib. I'm sure they want to hear it. Y'all should give a cheer for her.
Neelam, look at Prissy Princess who's saying, God, you can't say it
I
here.
said you can't say it here.
Neelam is such a twat.
Fabulous. Neelam, we're coming to you as well. Same question.
I think it would be someone like Oprah Winfrey, because I think she's sort of, she's made a difference to so many women's lives, touched their lives, and I think she's done a lot for, you know, single women, single moms, and I think she's done so much. I think I would jump into her shoes.
You know, Shalini, I'm very excited to know what's your answer, because she has such an aspirational life, any which ways, which we're already looking up to. So I would really want to know if there's anybody who you aspire to be.
I had actually 3 answers ready. One was Neelam, because I want to be Neelam in the 90s. And
oh my God.
that's a great answer.
Have a reason to run into the rain. And my second was Queen Victoria, because she she took it because Queen Victoria, because she sort of, you know, she got arts, and she was so much into the art, and she The third answer, actually, the most important is Audrey Hepburn, because she was an actress and her entire life journey, and then she was the ambassador for UNICEF. So for me, I think Audrey Hepburn's life is something which is very exemplary, because being an actress, she was effective in her work, and she was effective in raising awareness and for the cause that she believed in. And so I think she inspires me every day, and so does all these women. So thank you.
I'm feeling so bad. I'm feeling like the most materialistic one here.
It's okay, it's fine. I think we're all a little bit of that too. But then we're saving too. That's what we're talking about, right?
As we are running out of time and we're nearing this conversation, it's been such a great mix of conversations that we've had. But for all of us who are in this room right now and who's going to be tracking you, what's next with you guys? If you could leave us with one line, it could be a mysterious sort of hint trailing into what's next for you guys. It could be in any space. Where do we see you next? What do we see you up to? What's your plan? What's in your head right now? Let's start with Bhavna. Bhavna's already put a thinking hat on.
So I had this business, Love Gen, which I started a few years back, and we were lucky enough to have been able to sell it. So it's been run by now a proper company, and so I'm actually thinking of starting something again, something new. So my non-compete kind of gets over very soon, and I'm thinking of starting something else.
Great. More part to that. Seema?
Honestly, I have my hands in quite a few pies. I have my own streetwear label called Y Labs. I've also done my second capsule collection of footwear. I have now put my fingers into plant-based products like, my ice cream, which I just released. I've talked about it on the show, my new flavor. It's made with a plant-based sweetener. And I have one or two more ideas in there. I used to have a resort wear label which I want to revive. I've really honestly not had the time, but I think I have my hands full.
And you also have acting offers coming your way, Seema. Come on, we know that.
I mean, yes, I am dabbling in that. I have shot for a film, but let's see where we go from here.
Mahi?
I'm exhausted listening to Seema.
I am too.
So mine is very simple. I have my jewelry line, Tayani. Please, all you women, come and check it out because it's fabulous, if I do say so myself. So I'm busy with that. There is something else coming up in the pipeline, probably around March, which is like a game show. I'm not going to reveal too much, but you will see me again behaving crazy on screen. So that's about it. And of course, my babies keep me occupied.
I can't believe none of them have said that hoping season 4 happens.
Exactly.
I mean, hello.
That goes without
expected. Well, I mean, I'm doing my business, my main business, which is jewelry, Neelam Jewels. Of course, I dabble in a bit of acting here and there, and I have to be honest. Before us, you had this panel of women talking about investments. I've started dabbling a little bit in stocks, and I'm realizing that, hey, why am I working so hard? Because I'm making a fair bit of money. And I think it's great, if you know what you're doing. I think, women out there with a bit of guidance get into stocks. I've been telling Bhavna, I said, get into it. It's great fun. So, yeah, for me, that's it.
We wrap this up with Shalini then? Yeah.
So, I have an art foundation, MASH, and we support Indian contemporary artists. It's a non-for-profit organization. There's an online magazine. We have awards for artists. And then I also work for UNICEF India, and we have a project in Bihar and Purnia. So I'm looking forward to being there after maybe next month. And so many things planned. Yeah. Thank you.
So from Devanand to Hrithik Roshan to Ranbir to Hrithik to share stock markets, I think we've sort of covered everything and more that we planned in this session. Let's give a big round of applause for these lovely women, guys.
Thank you so much, everyone. Bhavna has something to say.
I
yeah.
know this time's up, but I would quickly like to say something that I remember when we were looking for funding for Love Gen. One of the main questions the venture capitalists had is like, because we were 3 girls, late 40s, they were like, how are you going to run this brand? You're our wives, mothers, and when are you going to have time? And you know, that was a big, big obstacle in getting the fund for our business. I mean, we managed to sell it, it's doing very well, but I just feel if there are any VCs sitting out here or any people, please do believe in women, whether they're married or they have children, and do support them.
Amazing. More power to everybody out here.
Thank you, ladies.
Wonderful and fabulous, as fabulous lives of Bollywood wives are. Many thanks for all of you. Such a brilliant session. May I please request Mr. Dinesh Bhatia, Group CEO of India Today Group, to please come up on stage and present a memento to all our speakers right there. And a huge round of applause for the fabulous lives of Bollywood wives. And we will also pose for a photo op in the meanwhile. Thank you, Shalini. Let's have a photo up, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and it's time now for our next session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is Work, Life, Health, Wealth, the Fine Balance. For our next session, we will dive into one of the most pressing topics of today's leaders, achieving harmony between professional success, personal well-being, and long-term fiscal stability. In an era where the demands of work and life are consistently shifting, maintaining balance can often feel elusive. For women at the forefront of businesses, this challenge is even more pronounced as they navigate through the societal pressures, work pressures, and personal aspirations as well. This is where we aim to understand how success is no longer just about climbing the corporate ladder or accumulating wealth, but also about creating sustainable, purpose-driven lives that encompass personal fulfillment and empower the next generations of leaders to come. Let me please put our hands together to welcome our next panelists. We have Nirupar Shankar, Joint MD of Brigade Group, with us on the stage, please. Let me also invite Devita Saraf, Chairperson and CEO, View Group. And we will also have on stage for this panel Ritu Arora, CEO and CIO, Alliance Investment Management Asia Pacific. To moderate this session, let me please invite on stage Siddharth Zarabi, Editor, Business Today. Huge round of applause for this next session. Ladies and gentlemen, over to you, Siddharth.
Good evening once again, and a very warm welcome to this panel here. It's always a tough job to try and bring back the focus on business after a session full of stars. But these ladies here on the panel are stars and really bright ones in their own right. And thank you very much for making the time for us. What is the backdrop of this session and the title that we chose? Work-life balance, corporate culture. And all of you would recall the recent headlines and controversy that was generated around one unfortunate incident and the issue of whether Indian corporate culture helps employees achieve a balance between their health, their life, and their wealth. And we have three very diverse opinions, and I'm really happy about it. Endurance sports person, I don't know how many here knew that about Ms. Shankar here. Devita, someone who's in technology, and of course, managing wealth. Ritu, that's what she's been doing all her life. I want to begin by getting all three of you to put this in context. How significant is this balance? And is corporate India, are your own companies helping employees find that right balance so that they can really enjoy what they are doing? Starting with you.
Hi everyone, good evening. I must say I wore a blingy jacket because we were following that glamorous panel, but they all wore very serious suits. So I'm stuck here with my blingy jacket.
Bling is good.
So I think this concept of balance is a little old. You know, we've all talked about, there used to be this time when we could all compartmentalize, this is work, you know, this is life, this is time with the kids. But I think for me, I used to feel that way when I was, I think, very young in my career. But I feel as we've gotten older, I've realized that both go very hand in hand. And when I'm on vacation, I definitely make sure to do at least 1 or 2 hours of work. When I'm at work, there are definitely times when I need to take a couple of hours to go attend one of my children's school functions. So I feel for me, it is very interspersed, and I feel that at different points in your life, you need to focus on different things. So sometimes if a family member is sick, you're going to, while you're working, you're still going to have to focus some energies to looking after certain family members. So I feel that balance for me is priorities in a certain point of time. And I feel that right now, both have to go very hand in hand. So like I said, I work on vacation for 1 or 2 hours just to make sure that when I come back, I'm not unprepared or not ready to go. And like I said, when I'm at work, you still have to make sure that you have time for family, you have time for friends, you have time for the health of, looking after health of family members when it's important. So I feel that everything has to happen together.
Devita, how do you achieve this balance? And in fact, I want to start by asking you, do you actually feel you have achieved this balance? And what about the rest of all the employees in your group?
Honestly, I don't think I have personally strived for balance as a word, because I genuinely love being a boss. So, and it's not just about being a CEO of my own company, it's also like since I was a child, I was always like the person that people would reach out to, you know, and someone people could depend on, even in my extended family, not just my employees, but friends, etc. So for me, I think I'm just someone who can, in that moment, give 100% focus to whoever I'm with and be fully prepared for them. And it's something that I think maybe it's a skill or a gift that I enjoy and I make the most of it. And also encourage this to my team members, you know, that today in a digital age, it's very easy to be distracted and then, you know, find stressors from the outside. That when you're working, like, you know, do deep work, etc. But then you make sure that that deep work also is within a routine. You know, my professor at USC used to say, he said, routine sets you free. And I think today in this whole world of work from home and hybrid, etc., I just find it very awkward that people send emails at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and I have to reply back to an agency that, no, this is my employee's time for his family. Please don't make EOD by 6 p.m. So we're very strict and structured as a company so that when we are working, we're fully working. And when it's time to leave, everybody leaves and comes and goes at the same time. So whether, you know, you want to drop your kid or go to the gym or mandir or whatever you feel like it, my employees don't come back and say that I've really stretched them. But I think I'm the kind of person that even when I go home and I'm with my friends, I'm someone who's always on, and I personally really enjoy it.
Okay. I'll come back with some follow-ups to both of you, but I want to go to Ritu here and ask you this question. There are two things that people generally say. One is, mere paas time nahi hai. There's a lot of pressure. The other is a reality that to achieve a certain kind of balance, you also need resources, especially when you are living in our big modern cities. Does wealth become a prerequisite for achieving this kind of balance?
If you permit me, I'll take a minute to also answer your original question.
Please.
More because my views are a little different from my panelists, and then I'll come to this question of yours. I think for me, if people were to describe me in one word, it would be balanced. So it is the essence of who I am, and I think it is a routine or a very strict discipline with which I have lived, which has helped me balance. I'm in a career which requires extensive global travel. I'm a mother of 2, and I live with my in-laws. I'm in a joint family. And for me, that balance, and when I say balance, it reminds me of the tarazu that we've seen. It's never in equilibrium, right? It's always moving, one side is moving up and down, and you're constantly balancing the weights to try to put it in equilibrium, and that's how it is. So at different points in time in my career, in my life, I've had to balance. There have been times when work took priority, there have been times when family took priority, but I think that balance is very important, and I see many women burning out in trying to be a superwoman, trying to, do it all. But readjusting that weight is the essence to keeping sanity in the way I have approached life. So it's slightly different. And for me, as a discipline, I don't work on weekends. I never have. As an exception, I would have maybe 15 weekends in my entire career. So that is how I have compartmentalized. So it's a little different from the young ladies here that I have led my career. And I'm sure it's what works for everyone. Each one of us is different. So I thought I'll put that perspective also for some like me who might be, trying to achieve a similar balance. As far as wealth comes, like everything, wealth does cushion things, of course. And that comes with financial literacy and financial independence, which I really strive and hope that women more and more take in their control. It has been a domain where women, even working women, earning women, tend to depend on the male members of the family to build wealth. So that is something that I think increasingly and hopefully women take in their own domain, and it does cushion things. But is it a prerequisite? Probably not.
Okay.
Because I even have house helps who tell me, I need these 2 days off, and I need to do these things with my kids. So I think it's more a mind frame. Of course, wealth does make it easier.
Okay, a mind frame, that's a very important point, and you're a sports person yourself. Would I be fair in saying that some of the issues that we read about and report as journalists also have to do with the frailties of Gen Z in a social media age, and perhaps that concept of hard work means something very different to the current younger generation than what all of you or I have seen. Would you agree with that postulation? Would you agree that when there is a debate around work-life balance or stress for the younger Indians who are joining corporate life, that perhaps this whole debate about hard work and the value system, and you remember what happened when Mr. Narayan Murthy spoke about it, is the younger generation approaching this concept very differently, and how do you deal with them in your companies? That's what I was really...
Yeah, I think it's very, it's whatever statement we make will be very generalized because it changes from person to person.
I thought for a moment you'll take issue with Mr. Narayan Murthy.
No, I think my philosophy is like sometimes you have to do whatever needs to be done to get the job done, right?
Okay.
So at that point in time, he felt he needed to work XYZ hours, and he did that. And again, as part of a second generation company, I know how the hours my dad put in, right? Maybe working 7 days a week, 12 to 14 hours a day. And I know that I don't put in those hours, and maybe I don't need to also. But doesn't mean that necessarily that maybe we are less resilient or less stronger. But I think, the topic is too vast to sort of cover, but there's so many aspects to it. Like definitely Gen Z, Gen Alpha, they are not looking to work those long hours. I think their philosophy to life is more of how do I get to enjoy life? Whereas maybe the philosophy of life from our parents' time was, you have to work hard, and hard work is the key to success in life. So I think the philosophy of how people are approaching lives and different generations are approaching lives has changed. Even in Our generation, it used to be, okay, I need more work-life balance. You know, and then as I get closer to my parents' age, I'm realizing that maybe balance is not something that, or my definition of balance is different. So I would say every generation does have a different philosophy towards life, just as different countries. I remember going to Australia once, and for them, life is all about, I'm going to work 6 months to see how I can just enjoy the remaining 6 months of the year. So people work just for 6 months of the year. The whole philosophy of life and that culture is, how do I get to enjoy life the most? Whereas in India, the dynamics are different. It's a very competitive country. There's so many people, population, poverty. So people feel like, okay, I need to really work hard to set myself apart. So I think countries have different philosophies, generations have different philosophies. And yeah, I think the next gen doesn't want to slog it out, right? That's why you have more number of people wanting to be YouTube influencers and different reality TV stars, and less engineers and scientists.
Devita, you agree with that?
First of all, I would really like to thank Ritu for calling me the young ladies here. That's very sweet. I started my company more than 18 years ago. So the fact that I'm one of those young entrepreneurs makes me very happy. Please keep all the adulations. Every year I get this young entrepreneur award and I'm like, what is the benchmark? But I think women today are permanently young. Am I right?
Really meant.
All of us are young.
Absolutely.
So thank you for that. And I think honestly, I get, what Nirupa is mentioning, that the generational difference between our parents' generation, us who are millennials, and the Gen Z, it's a very drastic change. And we are kind of like this in-between generation who has seen very strict socialist, pre-socialist, India, a very like traditional mindset, etc. And then there's us, and then this younger generation who's a whole different way of looking at it. I think today, honestly, if you have to be successful in business, you have to be in love with the young generation, whether you agree with them or not, because they are your consumer. They are the ones today who are inspiring their parents that, listen, we want to buy like this TV or this house or this financial investment. And so however old we become, to stay relevant, we have to become Gen Zs at heart. And when you actually look at this generation, I will say it is not a very structured, strict life like it was before, but their priorities are very different. Like today I find that in the younger generation, the gender battle is a lot less. There's a lot more equality between men and women in the Gen Z generation. The second is that because of cell phones, etc., they're always on. So I'll have my team come and tell me on a Monday morning that, oh ma'am, we saw this thing at this TV at this place and we can do something like that. So the fact that their brain is working even outside of office hours is great. The third thing is, I will say that they're not a generation that's been raised by their parents or their bosses. It's a generation that's raised by Google. So what happens for them is they have a lot of very confusing parameters of, who they should follow, where you have to be a good leader and a good boss and say, you know what, I will meet you halfway in your, whatever trend they may follow of, defining their lives, etc. But this is the way the company is, this is how I am as a boss, and this is the policy that I have. If we can meet midway, even my company will move forward in the future.
Okay.
So I think I must be one of those very rare people who actually loves hanging out. Most of my friends today, I think, are in the 20s. And I feel like if you're just open-minded to them and little bit ignore some of the comparisons, you'll be in business for a long time.
Absolutely. You said children being raised by Google. I thought you would say children being raised by Cartoon Network. But Ritu, continue on this strand of thought that we are having here, with the additional point that I come back to the issue of financial freedom. Many years back, the company that I used to work for tried to bring in a structured saving product for all employees on a compulsory basis, and we realized that some of the employees below the age of 30 actually did not sign up for it. They wanted more money to spend than to save. So is that societal issue also playing out in the headlines these days?
For sure, there is a change in the way India is, and that's also a reflection of the way the country has progressed. There's affluence that is more widespread now. And that we can see, I mean, if you compare the lifestyle of an average Indian in 1930s, 40s, 70s, and today, it's very different. And the affluence, the middle class is much wider, and it's permeating to different parts of the country, geographies, smaller cities. So that definitely makes a difference in the way people are spending and saving. And that is very evident even in the GDP. So as a percentage of GDP, about 25 years back, we were saving 40% as an average household. 40% of what an average household earned was saved. Now it's 19%. That is quite a dramatic shift in 25 years, and that's a reflection of the country as a whole. So we are, and that is exactly what is the strength of the country when we talk of the demographic dividend. We are, as a country, spending more, and that is what makes us such an attractive investment destination. And what do we spend on? So affluence means we start spending on health, we spend on schooling, we are spending on travel. So if you see these, we are spending on household, conveniences, food, absolutely. Food is actually the first in Maslow's hierarchy. So food comes first, but these things are following. And so there is this is what is keep bringing all the energy to our economy.
Right.
So I don't know if it's worrying or it's good. 19 is still okay. But if we go down to negative as some of the developed economies, that would be worrying. If we start borrowing to spend, that would be worrying. But we're okay for now.
All right. Nirpa, I have 3 minutes on the session, so a minute to each of you. Starting with you, what is that one bit of advice that you would share with not just your younger self, but all the young people who might be listening into this conversation?
I think not to stress so much. I think all of us put a lot of pressure on ourselves and a lot of stress on ourselves. And I remember I did this in college. I thought I wanted certain grades and I put so much pressure on myself to try to do that. And I didn't enjoy the moment. And I think like you were saying about living like the next generation, it's all about YOLO. You only live life once. So I think it's enjoying the moment, enjoying where you are now. And of course, doesn't mean you get complacent where you are, but enjoying the moment and not to put undue stress on ourselves.
Davita, that very same question to you.
Well, one is what I'll tell younger people, and one is what I would tell my younger self. But now that she's established my youth age, I'll just say it for young people in general. I think I would say that stay away from bad decisions. You know, personally, I feel with the younger generation especially, 3 things I would say stay away from, young, old, whoever. Stay away from the 3 Ds, as I call it. Okay, one is stay away from debt. Like, don't take on crazy amounts of money, or don't take on debt that you can't handle, or debt for your lifestyle, as she mentioned. The second is stay away from drugs, which is also today considered very recreational, very cool with it. You know, people always ask me that, you move around high circles, why you never do drugs? And I said, today you'll not see an actor eat like chocolate cake for breakfast, right? They'll lose their job. Same way as entrepreneurs and professionals, we cannot afford to fry our brains up. So please don't do drugs. The third thing I'll say is, I can't find a better word for it, but to say is like stay from, divorces or divorcees or whatever you call it.
Bad
but
relationships.
I would say don't make bad decisions when it comes to your personal life.
Wonderful.
I feel a lot of young people today, and it's a very challenging generation because they're navigating so much. But don't put yourself in danger and don't mess up your own heart-brain system by consciously getting into a situation that's bad for you. You see so much of this online. Like, prioritize yourself and run and stay away and have your own ethics system. That, you're never in a boardroom in a big meeting and, stressing about a personal situation. So yeah, I would say that don't make bad decisions. Everything else is kind of manageable.
3 wonderful Ds, and I'm sure people will listen into that. Ritu, the final word on the panel to you.
Sure. I'm fortunate today in the room. I have my younger self, my daughter, 24-year-old there, and my mother, my older self, who's always been my inspiration. If I reflect and I were giving advice to my younger self, I always think one should play with passion, but not make it significant. Success chasing puts a lot of pressure on oneself. Second thing I would say is be curious, try to explore. And the third would be don't be shy to ask for help, lean in. It's not possible to do it everything, not possible to achieve everything by yourself, so ask for help. So that is what I would tell myself.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for those words. I thank my entire panel for their time with us today. A round of applause for the ladies here on the panel. With that, we move into our next session. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that enthralling session, Siddharth and ladies. Can I please have Ambuj Narayan, CEO at Tenaria, to express a token of our gratitude to this lovely panel. Ma'am, can we request you to wait for a minute? You know, a lot of us now prefer to watch content on OTT platforms. And if you turn on Prime Video, you did this a couple of years ago, probably the best show had a standout performer. Then I did it last night, and I found that performer really shattering every record with that stellar performance. Our next session is called The Star and the Startup: Fame, Fans, and Fortune. Please join me in welcoming a force of nature, both on and off the screen. An award-winning actress, entrepreneur, an icon. She embodies resilience and inspires millions. Please welcome the incredible Samantha Ruth Prabhu. And also, can I have my colleague Sakshi Batra join me for this lovely session.
Well, just like how the title began by saying, you know, the star in the startup, fame, fans, fortune. If I have to ask you to pick one, what will you pick? Fame, fans, or fortune?
I think they're all related and they somehow connect, but it depends which one you go for first, I think. I think that if you go for love and the fans, I think you're going for purpose, you're going for heart, and the others just follow. The other two will follow, I mean.
You know, in the introduction, I was talking about the best show, and I couldn't complete it. I was so excited. But Samantha, I needed a lot more coffee this morning because I tried to binge watch the entire Citadel Honey Bunny. What a fantastic show, and what a performance as always. A huge round of applause, please. If you haven't watched it, you must watch the show. But I also found out that it was tough onboarding you onto that show, right? And I think it took some convincing, and you needed to be persuaded. In hindsight now, do you think it was a good decision?
I didn't need to be persuaded. In fact, I was like over the moon, but conditions with my health prevented me from being... I didn't think I could do it because it was a serious condition, and I just didn't think I could do it. But they didn't take no for an answer, and in retrospect, I am really grateful that they didn't take no for an answer.
So action is the way forward. You've done it in Family Man, you've done it here again. Is that the genre we should be associating with you?
I don't think so. I think that I'm open to any challenge, and this was a challenge that that really inspired me. I think that this is usually male actor playground and meant for the boys, but it's fun to play.
Absolutely. So Samantha, you know, not many people know, but you've actually started your entrepreneurial journey, and Secret Alchemist is something that you're very passionate about as well. Tell us, from an actor to an entrepreneur, how did this journey really come about?
I think I will always be an actor and I will make decisions from the point of view of being an actor. And the decision to be an entrepreneur, I think it's also like, it's like a great plot twist, I think, to my life story. It just allows me to be in two worlds. One world is all about being in the moment and moment-to-moment presence, and the other world seems to be about now thinking 10 steps ahead and looking at the bigger picture. But I think that there is this amazing duality, and it is right now intense, and it's extremely exciting to be at this point in my life and to do things that I absolutely love. And I think that one complements the other.
Tell us more about your venture, and tell us what is your vision for that venture. What is the aim with which you're taking Secret Alchemist forward?
I think not just Secret Alchemist. I've invested in quite a few companies. Yes. Yeah. I think that being in front of the camera has really, I'm extremely grateful, because it has prepared me in some ways to be an entrepreneur, because you're put in this position as an actor, playing a new role, forcing to adapt, forcing to pivot, to push through, and always staying in character. So I think that these are some of the things you learn being an actor, and you use that in selecting businesses that you use the same adaptability and the same hunger, the same resilience. So I think that it just was a natural transition to investing in businesses that truly mean the world to me.
You know, you go on Instagram or any of the popular social media out there, Samantha, and there's people talking about scaling a brand, selling to more people. But as an actor, as a star, you have a very loyal community of people on your social media as well. How much has it helped, really, to leverage some of these brands?
I think people really look for authenticity. I think that this is the key. Whether you're playing a role, you're looking to speak truth, and when you're trying to sell a brand, you also have to have that. Each brand has to have that heartbeat, which needs to be heard loud and clear with everything you say, everything you represent. It has to show through the brand. So I think that people are looking for authenticity, and they need to see that. And every brand that I associate myself with, it has to represent who I truly am. It has to be real, and has to be 100% me. So I think when people trust me, that translates to the brands that I have ventured into, and that partnership needs to be absolutely authentic. So I don't think that then that becomes quite easy.
But speaking of authenticity, it's interesting you say that, because you've been very vocal on social media over the years, and you've walked the talk, because you've dealt with trolls. You call them out when you had to. Been a social influencer for so many of us who've not been able to voice so many things that are said to deal with things on social media. Is that important as well, as a public figure, as an influencer, to be authentic to the point that you're defending a larger message?
You know, I think all of us, we have the power to influence people. Some of us on a larger scale, some of us in our own homes. We always set the mood for those of us, for those of the other family members, say, if you're like from a family, even just your mood influences people and your family members around you, and who I am influences a large number of my followers. And I do believe that certain people have the ability to influence people towards love, towards hate. And there are unfortunately a large number of people who influence people towards hate. So it is very important for a certain number of us to try to influence people towards love and empathy. It is difficult. We often get trolled for being too transparent, for asking for... We're judged all the time, but I think it's very important that if you want to be responsible and if you want to take up that mantle of trying to influence people towards positivity and love and empathy, it is your responsibility to do so. And I don't think that any of us now have a choice in the matter when we are given this incredible gift of being in the public eye.
Absolutely. So on that itself, Samantha, how do you really deal with the pressure of being an idol to so many millions of women, young girls out there? You've often talked about empowering young girls in various forums as well. So how do you really deal with that pressure?
I think that it's important to let people know that you do make mistakes, you have flaws of your own. I think the problem lies when you try to cover up all those flaws and cover up those mistakes and pretend to be perfect. I think that's when you find it extremely difficult to live up to the bar that you've set for yourself. So I think that when you're out there telling people, yes, I'm imperfect, it's pretty easy, right?
You don't usually get a plain Jane answer, Samantha, when you are at these conferences, and often from India Inc. as well, because there are straight-jacketed responses when you speak of the finance and the business world. We asked some of our lovely panelists about mentorship, and that's a solid facet of that side of the world. But in the entertainment industry, in the creative world, as a woman who's been breaking stereotypes, I'm going to phrase this in a couple of ways. How important is it to have that sort of mentorship? And more importantly, have you gotten the support that you craved for or you required?
Initially, no. I think that when you have a mentor, you probably don't make as much of the mistakes that if you didn't have a mentor. So I think the way I learned, and I would have probably reached where I am today much earlier if I had a mentor. And all I could do was look at the final films on screen, see what I was doing wrong, correct them, and that took a long time. So, yeah, 15 years later, I'm here.
Wonderful. Do you still feel there is a huge gap between the North and the South when it comes to the film industry? Are we doing enough to bridge that gap? What do you think needs to be done right there to project a one unified film fraternity for the outside world?
For example, in Citadel Honey Bunny, I speak English, Telugu and Hindi in one sentence. In one sentence, I speak 3 languages. So I think
the young kid also tells you, at one point she wants you to speak only in one language.
She's like, Mommy, can we speak one language today? So I think that there is, thanks to these questions that you asked, there is thought involved into how to bridge this gap faster, sooner, how to be more inclusive. I think that this is important dialogue, and this is popular dialogue now, and filmmakers are making conscious efforts to do so.
Another thing that I wanted to also get a sense on is, like, you're talking about a lot of ventures that you've invested in. Saki is a brand that you've invested in as well. Seema was there in the earlier panel and she was talking about how Zara is so popular. I want to understand from you, do you think Indian brands have enough to actually be seen as global brands in itself? Do you think you would want to take and scale up your brand to a scale that, globally it will be known and worn by a lot of people too?
Wow, of course. Let's dream it all. I come from such humble beginnings, where I started in a small village, not really a village, but it's Pallavaram in Chennai, and it's not even the city, and nobody ever left that little place. Nobody had big dreams. Nobody thought that they could get out. And I'm sitting here today talking about my business ventures. So I dared to dream, and I will dream that big as well.
Okay, wonderful.
But also, you spoke about challenging and breaking stereotypes. Being iconoclastic, sometimes these things are easier said than done. But you've managed to do that with, like you said, no real mentor at the start of your career. And now, since we spoke about your roles in action flicks, that, like you said, is a boy's world, right? Is that something that you think of consciously, saying, I have to do this? Because you have a public image to maintain, or is that something that just comes naturally and you're, like you said, walking the talk, being your authentic self?
Yeah, when I speak about authenticity, it needs to translate into everything I do. I do feel that I feel very responsible when I pick the roles that I need to play, and I feel that it needs to be a fair representation of women in society today. More often than not, there is a false representation of women in film, because mostly women on film, the roles are defined by the male actor or the male protagonist in the film, and not really the woman's journey and her strengths, her weaknesses, but she's mostly defined by her relationships, not by her life experience. So I think that I have made a conscious decision to pick roles that fairly represent women in society today.
But can I ask you...
As well as the brands that I pick.
Yes, of
Exactly,
course.
I was about to
Consistency. But I'm saying, do you think that's changing, though? That narrative is changing? It's 2024. We speak of so many modern trends and values and ethics. Is that changing now?
Sorry that I'm going to have to come back to Honey Bunny, Citadel Honey Bunny often. So in an action... usually in an action film or a series, you have the male protagonist and you have him use a bunch of sleek guns and doing a lot of slick action and saving the day, mouthing all the important dialogues and protecting the woman and saving the day, literally. This is how it's usually done. And Citadel Honey Bunny has me throwing equal punches, taking equal punches, saving the day as much as the hero is, and just being given an absolutely equal playing field in an action genre, which is hardly ever the case. So yeah, we are moving forward and it is important, but having said that, the number of roles that I am offered and the number of projects that I'm doing have now become so far apart simply because of this conscious decision to stay away from the flower pot roles.
Yeah, absolutely. So how difficult is it to also pick businesses to invest? You know, you did talk about how difficult is it for you to pick up scripts, the right scripts where you are represented perfectly. How do you really, as a businesswoman, decide which are the businesses to invest in?
I'm not sure if this is going to go down very well with the business savvy minded, but I actually pick businesses.
There's none of them in this room. Don't worry about it at all.
I actually pick businesses from the heart. You know, whether it's wellness, whether it's education, whether it's sustainable products. I'm very ambitious. Yes, I am very ambitious. But for me, ambition has to be tied in purpose. It has to enhance the well-being of people around me. It has to have a positive impact on the people around me. So every business that I have invested in has been in wellness, in education, in sustainable products, in health. And that's how I know. And I'm hoping and praying that, yes, it will be profitable and sustainable for those involved. But I think that I will always choose brands with purpose.
That's wonderful to hear. Since you're talking so much about wellness, and that's your passion as well, and your fitness, I'm sure all these people out there, including me, we always struggle to stay fit, and we would love to hear from you. If you could share a fitness mantra, what is your fitness routine like? Something that we can copy and perhaps be a 1% of what you are?
I have a podcast. I think you should tune into my podcast.
I know, sales. Sales. We've been talking everything about sales. Everybody's talking about
While I'm on the stage, let me sell everything.
No. Give me, for the live audience, something.
I mean, there is literally a 30-second reel of it.
She's not giving it away absolutely at all.
Go and press that subscribe button.
We'll hit the bell icon as well. But tell me something, Samantha, is it, when you're talking about something very interesting you said, which just stayed with me already, is that you came from a smaller town. And now when you've achieved all this fame, all this success, big star actor, influencer, entrepreneur, how do people back home react now when you've shattered so many ceilings? I mean, I'm sure they're proud, but what is it like in terms of how you've grown, you've changed, you've evolved?
You haven't met my father. My father. When I was in school, I was always first in class, and my father would say, "This is the standard of Indian education. Even you can get a first rank." So yeah, that's my father. But I think that's what pushed me. That's what really made me angry and really like resilient. Indian parents do what Indian parents do, and this is how they know how to do it. But, well, long story short, because of what he did, I am a success story, I guess.
Wonderful. Do you also have any role models who you really follow, who probably got that resilience ingrained in you?
I mean, there are too many to count, but for me, my role models have always been not so much the people who made a ton of money, but people who were pioneers, who were the first movers, who took those risks and broke barriers. And I think there are so many of them, like, I guess, opera, and in India, maybe like even Ritu Kumar, Shehnaz Hussain. Like, I mean, they were all first movers, pioneers. And I think that the most amazing role models, yeah.
Since we have a lot more time,
Yes.
Samantha, we're very lucky. So for all the Citadel fans,
Can I speak slower?
we'll speak slower, we'll reduce the speed, we will elaborate. No long stories short. You've got to go as circuitous and long as you can. But I do have a question. I remember there was this interesting post where you had the Citadel multiverse together with you, Priyanka. The three of you all were in a photo. So what was that meeting all about? Were you guys sharing some sort of nuggets of information from the show?
It was, I think Jennifer Salke, the head of Amazon, she had this brilliant idea to create this interconnected spy world and to bring, just like, I think the first season is the US, the second season is Italy, the third season is India, the fourth season is Mexico. So this is a brilliant idea, and this is an incredible opportunity for us all to actually be connected to a global spy universe without even having to leave our country. And I think that this has never been done before. So the press junket in London, where we met where I got to meet the Italian actress Matilda and Priyanka Chopra, was truly amazing. It was called the Women of Citadel, and and I think that Priyanka Chopra herself is a great role model for all of us girls, and she really teaches us to think big. It was really nice to catch up with these two girls who are powerhouses and incredibly talented and have done incredible work in Citadel, in their own versions of Citadel. So it was really great catching up. And I think that it's also a time where women are supporting women, and this community of women supporting women is growing larger and larger and stronger, and I absolutely am here for it.
Absolutely, and this is the best platform to be talking about it as well. Tell us, what are you excited about next? We are already seeing you flourish in the silver screen. We are already seeing you go after building fortunes with building businesses. Tell us what's next.
I actually took a 1-year break because of my health condition, but thinking back, that 1-year break really changed me. And while I had I had tunnel vision when it came to just my acting profession, this 1 year opened out a lot of restrictions that I had on myself, and I'm a lot more open to change now. And I think that now that I'm back, I just started filming last month after a 1-year break. It's just a whole new world for me, and I'm feeling extremely blessed and grateful to be back at work, and also to as much effort and love that I put into my craft, I am now putting into all of the ventures that I have invested in. So it is an incredible time, a foot in two worlds.
You know, I did a quick dipstick survey in the last session and I asked everyone whether they think women make better multitaskers than men. And that was a resounding yes. And that was a leading question. I'm sorry, I was a lawyer in a previous life. But if I ask you that, how do you manage your time? I'm going to keep it very simple because you don so many hats. You're back to acting. You've invested in these ventures. You're on social media. You're speaking about social causes. Do you apportion your time? What's the secret sauce?
Yeah, we are unbelievable multitaskers. Sure. I'll take that first. But I also have incredible people around me. And I do believe that I am what I am today simply because of the people who propped me up to be here. I take incredible pride in being surrounded by the most warm, and they're all visionaries themselves. So I think that I'm ably helped, propped, and I've also understood now with time that I work smarter and rest harder. So I'm ready for the challenge.
Ready for the challenge right there. You did talk about Priyanka Chopra, so I have to talk to you about the Hollywood as well. Are you really interested in making yourself being seen in Hollywood as well, making it big there? Do you think you would want to see yourself in that space?
I think it's a great time to be an actor right now. There is inclusivity. There is inclusivity being spoken about in every room that I'm in. So I don't think that it's now too far from reality.
From Mumbai to Los Angeles or Bombay to LA, everyone's been talking about, that's a nice name for a movie, I'm just saying. But I'm saying, Samantha, if we consider what's happening with scripts, Sakshi spoke about, working in Bollywood, working in the South, but all of us here in Mumbai and even up north in the rest of the country are fascinated by some of the scripts coming out of the South and the overall magnum opus productions that they turn out to be. Do you finally think it's the right time for South Indian cinema because it's finally being seen, being recognized, in fact, all over the world, not just in India? Right. Why did it take so long?
Actually, I haven't thought about this. Why did it take so long? I think I think that South Indians might be great filmmakers but might not be great at marketing. I think that might have been the reason, yeah. And Rajamouli sir, I think with Bahubali really opened up. I think for the first time he thought about, let's see, I think that this film has wings, and I'm really glad that he thought that because he really opened the gates.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you see some of these films getting remade for other languages as well internationally? Do you think that should happen now?
I don't think anything is impossible now.
Okay. What else is exciting you apart from businesses and films? Are you also looking at being seen behind the camera? A lot of women actors are doing that.
Oh, yes. I have recently turned producer as well.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you. I mean...
how many hats do you don?
Yeah. I recently turned producer because I've realized that I've been an actor for a very long time. I mean, 15 years is a very long time. And I've realized that to truly drive change, you have to be behind the scenes. More often than not, we complain about things, but we don't really do anything actively about it. And I think that by being a producer, I get to change the narrative, to pick better scripts, to hire more female technicians, and to truly be part of the change that you want to see. I think it's time we get our hands dirty and actually walk the talk. So I think that was the reason why I turned producer, and some of the projects that I'm producing will be releasing very soon.
Wonderful. What kind of stories would you really like to put your money behind?
What do you think?
I was just testing waters whether you will open up, but yes.
But speaking of storytelling, Samantha, I find fascinating that you've done some great work with Raj and DK. I think there's a certain style of cinematography, screenplay that comes with their work. And we saw it in Family Man as well. And that was a very different Samantha that we all saw. Did it take a lot of work to prep for that role and to really adjust to their style of cinema?
Yes, definitely, because they have a very unique style, Raj and DK, and it is every actor's dream to be part of their productions right now, because they truly have a very distinct style, and they offer the actor truly a chance to act. And I think that I'm doing some of the best work in my life with them, and I am at a great place, and I'm doing my next project as well with them. So every challenge keeps getting bigger with them, and I think that it did take a little bit of getting used to, because they are hard taskmasters. But now I wouldn't have it any other way.
So quick follow-up question. I sense something there. Actors aren't acting, or they don't get a chance to act, is it?
You were looking for something.
Yes.
You were like, you guessed it.
I think that's why they give us more time.
And it feels like both of you are like, you know, like, it's like, I'm feeling a bit, okay. Sorry, what did you say?
Okay, let me rephrase that. Actors, not necessarily acting. We're seeing
so many of the things they're doing is doing in their sleep, right? I mean, let's be honest. It's not very often that you get challenges. So when you're working on a Raj and DK project, be ready for a challenge.
We can't let you go before
I say something controversial.
We're synced up with Bluetooth just to make sure we...
Before hearing that one dialogue from Pushpa, maybe in your own style.
Me? I didn't say any dialogues. I did something else.
I'm open to both as well. So whatever you would choose. We have the music ready?
No way in hell. You know, that was a phase of my life, and that was 2 years back, and that was something I had to do just for myself, like, because, you know, I was the quintessential, like, the girl next door and the cutesy. I never played sexy, never thought I was sexy.
Yes.
So this was something that I had to do for myself, and I did it, and that's done.
Okay, well, it's been fabulous.
Thank you so much,
Samantha, and I wish you all the very best for all the upcoming ventures and all the newer adventures that you're doing behind the camera, in front of the camera as well. And I hope that you continue to soar in all walks of your life, and we keep seeing you on various platforms on Business Day.
Thank you.
A huge round of applause, please, for Samantha, Ruth, Prabhu.
All right. We will just hold you back for 3 seconds. We will have Alok Nair, the CEO of Business Today, to please come up on stage and present a memento to Samantha Prabhu. Thank you so much, everybody. Well, you've been fabulous audiences. What we will do is give you a 10-minute break right there. Stretch your legs. There are refreshments out there, and we will be back for the grand finale after this rocking sessions coming in. So stay tuned. 10 minutes, and we'll be back.
Each year around Diwali, Delhi becomes a city shrouded in smog. The air quality plummets to dangerous levels, making it quite hazardous to even step outside. The culprit, of course, tiny particles called PM 2.5 that can penetrate deep into your lungs, causing serious health problems. But here's hope. Technology is offering solutions to breathe easy. Purifiers are emerging as a real lifeline. These devices filter out harmful pollutants, allergens, and odors, improving indoor air quality. A good air purifier can help you sleep better as well. So how do you really choose the right air purifier? Let's break that down for you. When it comes to air purifiers, you've got a couple of options that can do the job for you from the plethora of options that we have tested right here on Tech Today. Number one, the affordable option is the Xiaomi Smart Air Purifier 4. This one is perfect for large areas, providing rapid and efficient purification to clean the air around you much quicker. It has advanced filtration methods that claim to remove 99.9% of airborne particles, including allergens and pollutants. It has smart control options too, so you can use it with voice assistance and apps on your phone. It's available for roughly about $13,999 and can be a great option for anyone living in spacious environments. Number two, the premium option here is the Dyson Purifier Cool. Dyson has been the go-to name, of course, in air purification for quite a while, and the Purifier Cool is one of the best options that money can buy. It has up to 350-degree oscillation for purifying the air around the entire room. You get complete control as well using the My Dyson app. It also gets night mode, which not only makes the night quieter for you while using it, it also dims lights so you don't get disturbed while sleeping. It comes with a 360-degree HEPA, an activated carbon filter, which is really easy to swap out whenever needed. This air purifier costs about 37,900 rupees and is a tech-loaded option if you're really willing to spend that kind of money, that is. Air purifiers can be great in your home, but what if you're traveling? The air around you also needs to be pure so you don't breathe in pollutants while on the road as well. Many car purifiers are now adding built-in air purifiers to their models, especially for the Indian market where pollution is really a pressing issue. For instance, the Hyundai Creta, MG Hector, and
A very warm welcome once again to everyone here, and it's always a tough one, the first session of any evening, but I have a wonderful panel of guests, and I've been fortunate to have had such discussions with some of you earlier in the past. So when we came up with this title, and I wonder how many of you here have given thought to that, grit, gumption and guts, the making of a boss lady. Very clearly, it must have meant a lot of effort, a lot of hard work, going through the Indian schooling system. And Prabhu, I want to begin with you first. If I were to ask you to define this topic that we have, the theme that we have given to this session, how would you describe these three words? Grit, gumption, and guts.
Okay, good evening everyone, and wow, I feel like I'm back in that Indian school system with this question. I'm going to not maybe define all the three words, and I'm going to maybe talk to the smattering of men who are in this room as well. But I think grits, gumption and guts is something that you need regardless of your gender. Yeah. What makes it interesting for women is, I think, we tend to undersell ourselves a little bit, and therefore just having the guts to put yourself out there, take on the challenges, be able to say, you know, me, is perhaps the one difference that I would see. So tough topic, happy to be here.
Thank you very much. Pratibha, I'm coming to you. As a woman leader in technology, it's clear that your leadership journey must have also involved a fair bit of share of these three words that we have spoken about. What can you share with our audience, what it meant and what it took from you to reach where you are today?
Definitely grit, gumption and control, and I'll start with a few examples. And I was telling someone I completed almost 3 decades in the tech industry, got many opportunities to go and take up some role in US and do some projects out of there, but I decided to stay put in India. And I have done projects on shop floors, in cement factories, in oil refineries, And early days when I started as a software engineer and I was working for PwC, one of our projects was in Nepal. It was a World Bank funded cement dilapidated plant, and all the men were going there to rehabilitate that. There was a financial restructuring, tech restructuring. I was in Calcutta, and they never considered girls to go to that project. And like one day I asked our CEO, why I want to go there. But how will you go? There is no toilet in that cement factory. Full day, what will you do? I'll say, I have grit. They say, only at lunch break you can go. There is on top of this factory is in a valley. On top of the hill there is the guest house. So at lunch break people go there. So if you can get your biological clock to control yourself for half a day, then of course you can go there. I said, of course we can do. And when me and my husband, we go on the streets of India, you see like a lot of men on the streets peeing. I said, women don't need to do that. Why do men have to do that? So, it's a very odd example, but it's a matter of grit, gumption, and guts, to survive.
Absolutely. And I'm glad you've been honest, because honesty is what really brings out the real story. Pavitra, you operate in a sector which I would say is completely male-dominated. I started off on the real estate beat as a reporter almost 17, 18 years ago, and everybody was male. It is the same largely today. How did you break into this space, and what kind of challenges have you faced that you would like to share with our audience here?
Hi, good evening, everyone. So first of all, I'm not a civil engineer or nothing technical in terms of my background. I'm more of a finance person. So for me, I understand numbers, and numbers are friendly, and I used that as my way to understand the business. And I realized that, especially in a technical industry like real estate, a lot of people assume you need to know, how the building is going to come up or the structure, and sure, that is how, you do your business. But when you can start asking pointed questions as to why something is happening a certain way, or how are we doing our processes, or whatever it may be, people start to realize, hey, she seems to know what she's talking about. And you don't have to know it the way they do. You can bring your own flavor to how you're doing your job. So I think there was a lot of self-doubt initially, like, do I really know how to do this, and why am I the person who is running this company? But I think over the years, just the self-confidence that has come from doing things the way I understand it has really sort of helped me own it. And I would say challenges along the way really sort of make you the person who you are. I mean, I think all of us have faced that, and there's nothing like experiencing tough times in your personal or professional life that can really help you sort of know why you're there and what purpose you serve, and then absolutely own it. So all of the self-doubt that is there just kind of vanishes once you have been through things like that, and you can look back and say, I've been through that, I can probably do anything. So the industry used to scare me, and now it doesn't.
Okay, before I go to Padmaja, I have to take a quick follow-up. The real estate sector, even now and perhaps completely so in the past, was dominated by cash. Yeah. Since you're a numbers person, as you described yourself, what imprint have you brought to that aspect of the real estate sector in managing the cash that normally floats around?
Fortunately, we are based in Bangalore, and about 99% of our customers are all salaried individuals in the tech sector. Again, fortunately, there is very little of that, especially when you're doing first-time home sales to, such kind of demographic. So it's been fairly receptive in that way. It's not a kind industry on many of those aspects, but wherever we can, we control as much as possible in terms of our own processes. And I would say in today's world, you have to be, extremely careful about how you run your business. And that's kind of the approach that we take as well.
Okay, since you mentioned Bengaluru, I'm going to Padmaja, and that gives me a cue for the question that I really wanted to ask you. Women in the startup space, entrepreneurship, fundraising. While the startup story has been celebrated for several years across India, how do women square up in the startup space in India? Is it a welcoming field for them? Have they been able to break barriers more so in a tech-driven startup environment, or do they still face multiple challenges?
Thanks, Siddharth. First of all, thank you for having me here, and congratulations to BT for 21 years to be running this brand. Incredible. I think it was touched upon by the previous speakers. Women have always had a tough time. Let's be very honest. It's just that in most societies, not only India, you see women there's a preconceived notion of the place of women in society, right? And that has to be broken. So that's the first challenge that is necessary to be broken. Second, what happens is women are not grown, are not nurtured to take risks. They are built under a conservative mindset. So that's a second barrier they have to kill. And the third, in many large part of our society, let's eliminate a lot of people who are sitting here in this hall, but a very large part of society don't own assets in reality. They don't take the decisions of the assets that they own. There's someone else who's taken, father, brother, husband, son, whoever. So there are challenges that a woman entrepreneur faces, all of these challenges. And if you don't own real assets, you're not going to get debt. So there are a number of things that they have to face. I am a VC, and I must say this with my hand on my heart, that there are not too many women VCs on the other side of the table actually nurturing young women. So how do these young women actually grow? I think the big push that has come is education in our country. The focus on science, tech, and maths has been immense for women, literally. I mean, if I look at the companies that we've invested 23% of our funds have been invested in women-led. Most of that, about 85% of that money in women are in STEM sector. They are building biotech products, they are doing cybersecurity, they are doing agri-tech. It's all tech and science, right? AI, Gen AI, we are seeing women come up. So I think the route that a lot of smart women, educated women have taken is the STEM route. However, there is a lot of other companies that are being led by women. There are so many women-led companies which are pure execution or brand play or what we call direct to consumer. Very few have actually scaled. But having said that, I'm looking at it from a VC perspective. But if I look at it as small businesses, which is really the backbone of the economy, right? 30% of our GDP is actually the SME, MSME sector.
That's right.
And that is where women who are breaking through gradually but slowly. They may not scale, but they are profitable. They are running solid businesses.
Okay.
So I think that's the landscape that I'm seeing. But all of them have the same challenges.
I'll come back to you on comparing the Indian scenario with the globe, but I want to pick up this point about risk management and offer this to the rest of you. Maybe you can come in on it. Do you agree with what Padmaja seemed to say about risk? Because my understanding is that women sometimes when they take business decisions are far more calm, are less driven by ego and the desire to show off, and therefore their risk management by default is much better than an alpha male in the boardroom. So do you agree with what she says about risk? Because I tend to not agree with her fully. Maybe I didn't understand what you said completely. But go ahead and then we'll go.
I think the traits that you said, those are true, but that helps in conflict management, keeping everybody aligned. So that's where the skills come in. But in general, women are little risk averse because right from childhood you will be told don't do this, if you do this, this will happen. So they're sort of sensitized to not doing too many things, don't drive fast. I still remember one of my profs in my engineering college, don't drive, take the cycle so fast on the roads, don't do this. So the don'ts, you should not do this, you should, so that somewhere comes. So, and hence to break those barriers, it's still harder. And risk taking, you have to be really breaking away to take the risks.
Prabhu.
I think I just wanted to maybe separate it into personal risk.
Okay.
So when you're putting yourself out there, I think women are terrible. If you have an opportunity to do something that puts you out of your comfort zone, that you think stretches you, that women will not put up their hand. And I think so personal risk, I see a lot of risk averseness. And if I had one message to all the lovely women in this audience and beyond, it would be to take that risk because you are truly better than you imagine that you are. I think when it comes to business risk, I do agree with you. I find that women are a bit more balanced. They tend to be able to look at both the numbers as well as a little bit of, call it instinct, call it gut, call it, any other word. It tends to be a more balanced decision. I haven't found a dramatic difference between women's capability to look at business risk than men's capability to look at business risk. But on a personal level, I fully agree. And I think that's a conditioning.
Yeah, that's, I think, what I was referring to, that society doesn't allow you to take the risks. That's the key piece.
Pavitra, you also wanted to come in.
No, I just wanted to say that sometimes, these are the things that are to our advantage. I would say that the lack of ego, or perhaps not having to behave a certain way and not having to behave like an alpha male in a room, that's an advantage. You can take advantage of that fact. And I actually think it's important for leaders to be a little bit more measured. But at the same time, you do have to take risk. If you're a good leader, you know when and what kind of risk to take. So that's certainly required. But in terms of the ego that you mentioned, that's one big area that I feel women can actually use to their advantage. I don't think we need to show ourselves to be the alpha male in the room.
Okay. Prabhu, I'm coming to you on telling our audience about how is it for a woman leader at your position to work in a multinational. Your company, your brands are practically used by every other Indian, so we know that part of the story. But being inside a multinational versus being inside a homegrown Indian company, and I don't mean to sort of refer you to that Lala company kind of terminology, but simply a homegrown brand versus a multinational across many continents. How is it different?
Sorry, Siddharth, can I please start with my brand is not used by every other Indian, but 9 out of 10 Indians must get these numbers right. But to your question, I think I've been exceptionally fortunate. Both the companies I've worked for, both Hindustan Lever as well as Colgate, actually have a very progressive view towards having women at all positions up and down the organization. And I think they build policies that drive equity. And more it's becoming about equity rather than it becoming about favoring women. Because the minute you start saying, I'm going to have a quota for women or I'm going to favor women, then you start looking at meritocracy taking a little bit of a hit. When you start driving equity, it then makes sure that the best person gets the job and women have as good a chance as men. And as long as the slate is balanced, you tend to get a balanced intake. And I'll give you an example of what I mean as the difference between equity and women. Obviously, only women can have children, so they take maternity leave. For a long time, it was felt like if you took maternity leave, your career would be on the slow track because you're not there for a while, you've taken leave. The people who didn't take leave have now gone on to, getting ahead of you. Firstly, I think a lot of progressive companies have guaranteed that as you come back, you will not be penalized for this. The second thing I think is that we're hearing from a lot of men that things like parenting are something that they want to be a part of. A dad wants to be a dad these days. So giving them the opportunity to become good fathers equally takes the pressure off women, and allowing men the opportunity to take paternity leave of a reasonable period makes sure that it's not a woman's job to bring up a child. I think these kind of things to bring in equity makes a real difference, and what these two companies have been great at are driving this kind of equity, giving people equal opportunities, and making sure that you have the support in those moments of your life where you need that support.
Pavitra, what does your company do in this regard? What are the internal policies that you do to help provide a level playing field and ensure equity in the way that Padmaja describes it?
See, I think because we're in real estate, there are certain functions within the company that are very, very male dominated, such as site related jobs. But there are other departments in the company, customer, design, almost our entire architecture team is female, finance. There are so many other teams that where the balance is a little bit different. So as you said, we need to have more of an equity policy, but at the same time, I think we have to encourage and give more women a chance. At least in our industry and in our company, we have to give more women the opportunity to participate, and naturally the best person will get the job. So I think we are trying to do that a little bit more in terms of the recruiting aspect. Can we bring more women to the table, at least in terms of the selection options? And then you can pick the best candidate. But there are many preconceived notions about who might be the best candidate. Is it best that you have a male in this role, in sales, for example? So there are a lot of questions like that where the assumptions need to be broken. And that's where I think we're trying to make that change. And naturally, again, you were also mentioning at site, are there enough, bathrooms, for example? At construction sites, you need to make sure our women engineers have clean bathrooms, feel safe when they're traveling back and forth from remote sites. So those are they seem like basic policies, but there are a lot of companies where those things are not followed.
We also see a lot of women participate in the basic labor at a construction site, and they have their babies with them because the whole family works for them. Do you do anything differently for them?
So at our sites, we're actually not allowed to employ women laborers at sites. So it's pretty strictly monitored in that sense. But there are some sites where families are allowed to be there. So naturally, in terms of schooling, in terms of facilities for the whole family to stay there, we do encourage all of that. And we work with all of our contractors and subcontractors to make sure that is happening.
I want to come back, Pratibha, to the point about technology and the point that Padmaja also made about STEM and how that is providing greater opportunities for women and hopefully for many more to become the boss lady. In a digital focused business environment that we see today, do you think technology is therefore become the biggest single opportunity to break through all these barriers that may exist on account of the kind of industry or societal mores and practices?
No, absolutely. And I say in today's world, every business is a tech business. Technology is no longer an enabler somewhere on the side. Business is technology. Today you cannot find any business which is not having technology at the heart of it. And beyond that, for women, technology is a big, big enabler. And why I say that, in these kind of forums, 20 years back, when they would ask me, how do you balance work life? What are your enablers? And that time we would say, okay, a mom-in-law help.
Powerful women in business. Power and progress. Women, leadership, and democracy. It gives me immense pleasure to announce our next guest. Piyush Goyal, Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Member of Parliament, North Mumbai Lok Sabha. Huge round of applause, please. And of course, can I have Rahul Kaval on stage to introduce the ultimate session.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the Business Today Most Powerful Women Awards. And for this, the gala session and then the awards presentation, I am delighted to be joined in Mumbai by a Mumbai boy who's been campaigning all day long. He's complaining about Mumbai traffic, which is completely not allowed to. All of us can complain about Mumbai traffic, but it is his government's job to fix it, and he can hopefully talk a bit about that as well. Minister Goyal, welcome. It is an absolute delight. And I just want to say before we start, on behalf of the India Today group to take out time in the middle of an election campaign. And this is just a few days before polling in Maharashtra. We are very delighted. This is very special. It's taken a lot of effort. And so thank you. Really nice to have you.
For our women of substance, anytime.
So thank you very much. You know, I want to start by talking about women in democracy and women in power. And the most recent thing that's happened, and which has nothing to do with Indian politics, but just as a practitioner, I'm curious to know what you think of it. The fact that in the United States, we had Kamala Harris fighting to be the first American woman to become president. And yet somehow it didn't seem that the country was ready to have a woman as president. So as an Indian politician and understanding the psyche of voters, why do you think voters did not give that opportunity for a woman leader to be president of the United States?
Well, I can't comment on the voters in the United States of America, but certainly we are proud that India gave our women franchise the power to vote from the day we became independent. So much so that in all our local bodies across the country, women are representing in a very big way. Now, on Ganesh Chaturthi last year, we also have passed a law by which all the state assemblies and parliament, Lok Sabha, will also have 33% compulsory reservation for women members of parliament and members of legislature. So India is a country which has a rich legacy of respecting our women. In fact, they embody power, Shakti, तो हमारी मात्र शक्ति है और and I think it's the success stories that India has had in politics about women holding high positions, right from the Honorable President of India, the first tribal woman president that India is proud to have. Again, a woman who's had a very, very illustrious life. She was a teacher, became an MLA, became a minister, and then again went back to social service, only to come back into public service as the President of India. I can also tell you about my own mother. She became a corporator in the Mumbai Corporation way back in 1978. She served in the Mumbai Corporation for 6 years, then went on to become a member of the Legislative Assembly without reservation. Both of these were without any reservation. On her own mettle, elected by the people of India, elected by the men in the constituency equally. And 3 times she was a member of the Legislative Assembly. And I think everybody in India respects our women, respects our women leaders in business, respects the wonderful work they're doing in public service, the wonderful work they do in government, and the fact that your channel is headed by a woman, Miss Kali Puri.
She's here. Can we have a round of applause, please?
Speaks for itself, speaks for the great capabilities that our Indian women have. So I think Americans can learn a lesson or two from India.
Sure. Your government has promised to bring 33% reservation for women. Now, one of the concerns observers will have is that how do you ensure that these are organic candidates? In panchayats, we saw sarpanch patis. So basically, the woman was supposedly the panchayat head, but there was a husband. So how do we ensure that it's not the wives, daughters of politicians who take up these positions, and we're actually changing the nature of Indian politics?
Rahul, we should not micromanage the democratic system. We should allow it to evolve. Maybe. It's quite possible in a few cases we may start with some anomalies of this nature. But that doesn't mean we throw the baby out with the bathwater. Gradually things evolve, gradually they come of their own, they learn the ropes of public management and government. Look at what happened in Bihar, for example. You finally had the chief minister who initially looked only to be a representative of the husband, evolved to become a powerful chief minister herself. I don't know whether you've seen the OTT serial on this. What was the name of that serial? Was it? It was a serial about similar to the Bihar politics, where the lady Maharani, that's right. Maharani.
आपको टाइम मिल जाता है सिनेमा देखने का?
अगर मुझे सेन रहना है तो मुझे जरूर कुछ ना कुछ रिक्रिएशन, एंटरटेनमेंट और इंडिया टुडे और आज तक के बियॉन्ड भी जाना पड़ेगा.
So what have you been watching of late? What's your top OTT recommendation right now?
What did we watch? Did we watch City of Dreams? Mamla Legal hai. Pankaj Tripathi in Mamla Legal hai. That's right. So I have my better half.
So who chooses? The better half chooses or you choose?
Are you happily married or no?
Very happily married. I think don't change my status also.
And do you choose or does your wife choose?
So we end up wasting a lot of time trying to determine what to watch. And then by the time we start watching, oftentimes, it's time to go to sleep.
By that time, Kalipuri calls you back to the office.
आप time ही कहाँ देते हो आप? The minister also, I'm surprised that you get time to watch because each time he's calling, it's usually at say 10:30, 11 at night. So I'm very shocked, honestly, to know that you managed to pull time.
No, I think that's something we should learn from the women, how to multitask. And I think what our women do is truly phenomenal. They look after their work or their business or their job. They look after their family. They instill value systems in their children. The kind of multitasking that our women can do, I think is truly phenomenal, and hats off to all of you and all the women of India. Having said that, I think both my wife and I enjoy our morning cup of tea together. We enjoy that at the end of a long day, whatever time it may be. There are times when we've switched on the television at 2 in the night. But we've made it a point that we spend some time together, exchange notes, have the telly blasting out something or the other beyond news. I mean, ultimately, end of the day, our work-life balance also has to be maintained. And that's why we really enjoy getting back home, whatever time of the night, even during COVID. I used to be stressed through the day with a lot of challenges. But in the night, I remember watching the serial. It was quite scary on Charlie. What's that guy's name? Charles Sobraj. We were watching a pretty dark serial on Charles Sobraj. So I think this is a way that we can bring balance to our lives.
Interesting. I'm glad that you find things to do outside politics. I thought Modi Sarkar mein people are not allowed to do anything outside politics. Ki subah se leke raat tak kaam karo bas.
No, on the contrary, we are encouraged, because unless we connect with the people, unless we get to know what's happening in the world outside, we will be living in a silo and we'll be living disconnected from the people. You don't get elected into government third time around to serve the people if you are disconnected with what the people's aspirations and joys are.
Since Piyush ji has brought me into the conversation so many times, I feel it's absolutely polite to intervene in that conversation which is happening on stage. Since you asked him the question about Sarpanch Pati, where women become Sarpanch, but actually the husbands are running the show, I was expecting him to talk about the MP Wives Club, which is part of central government, which is such an important and powerful club of women who are the wives of MPs, and we should really discuss about where the real power there lies.
No, we have a brilliant system in our party, in the Bharatiya Janata Party, where our women MPs and the wives of all our members of parliament have formed a Kamal Sakhi club, friends of Kamal, and all of them meet each other, engage with each other regularly, and in those sessions they even discuss issues of public interest. I remember they're having a presentation on what role they could do on skill development, on self-help groups. So I think we have a very powerful way in which our better halves also connect with each other.
One of the things that we've seen of late, particularly after the Madhya Pradesh elections, where Ladli Behan came in, now there's Ladki Bahin, the idea that somehow we are normalizing doles and cash transfers, particularly to women. And this is having, as you know, multiple effects. Of course, the women who get it really like it, and it helped you in Madhya Pradesh. It could potentially have a role to play in the Maharashtra elections. But the concern is that this is what the Modi government said they would not do, or the Prime Minister wasn't very keen on, that you get money just sitting at home. He'd rather that money be earned through productive means, or money be earned in a way that it becomes a virtuous cycle of more money coming in rather than the government giving these benefits. So how do you explain that? I mean, A, the populism, and B, the fact that, for example, in farm, labor is now hard to come by because they've got food grain, they got this money coming in, and they're having these spiral effects also.
Well, so I don't think it's just because they're getting free food grains or this Mandhan honorarium, as we call it. I think it's because more and more people are getting work. There's a great demand for people to work in, and in a way it demolishes the fake argument that as if a lot of people or everybody in India is unemployed. Sadly, some politicians equate employment with a government job, which is really sad. Employment is all our entrepreneurs, all the startups, all the women living in this, sitting in this room, all the achievers. Everybody is engaged in different activities. Having said that, this money that is given to the women is given without discrimination to all women from the middle class and the poor people. In some sense, a respect, in some sense, acknowledgement of the important role that women are playing in our society. The fact that they do so much more at home, which is not recognized, not acknowledged, not really calculated or given any sort of payback for the wonderful work they're doing as citizens of this country. So this can be really, it's an immaterial small amount. It can never, ever compensate for the huge value proposition that our women are doing in terms of maintaining India's rich cultural heritage, our legacy, our family value systems, our traditions. So no amount of money can ever make up for the wonderful work our women are doing. This is a small token of respect, and which will help them tide over any emergency, help them meet some of their small aspirations or needs.
We're a few days away from Maharashtra going to polls. How is Maharashtra looking for you? In the Lok Sabha elections, we saw quite unexpectedly from the BJP's calculus, the Mahavikas Aghadi did incredibly well and the Mahayuti was on the back foot. Have you been able to arrest that situation? Are you concerned that Maharashtra is a very fractured polity and you don't really know what will emerge on the 23rd?
Well, I think I can tell you what will emerge on the 23rd is a clean sweep of the Mahayuti. We'll be doing extremely well. And I say that because even if you look at the Lok Sabha election results, the total difference in votes between our alliance, the Mahayuti, and the Mahavinash Aghadi, what's it called?
Vikas ko Vinash bana diya. Oh, okay. Such a casual slip there.
Well, that's what I can see when I see the work that their government did in Maharashtra during the short period they were there. But the vote difference between our alliance and the pretty unholy nexus of a Shiv Sena fraction and a Congress fraction vying for votes of only a particular section of society was only 2 lakh votes. In the whole state of Maharashtra, this large state, the difference in votes was only 2 lakhs. And more so, I think, tactically, they were able to get better results. In certain areas, we lost about 11 seats. Just the BJP alone lost 11 seats with a vote difference of anywhere between a few hundred to maybe 20 or 30,000 or thereabouts. So I think there was a little bit of possibly less effort than what we should have put in. The workers of the party, the entire machinery is completely charged up. We are working as a united Mahayuti alliance. All the parties in the alliance are working towards a common goal to continue to bring progress to Maharashtra, continue the great infrastructure story, continue to bring jobs and industry and investment into the state, and continue to maintain the #1 status that Maharashtra enjoys in the entire country.
There's a lot of buzz at this time that the BJP behind closed doors is in touch with Uddhav Thackeray. That if you don't cross the majority, you hope to bring Uddhav Thackeray back. Since you know the family so well and you're a Maharashtra boy, can you just explain what you intend to do after the verdict?
I can very categorically state there's absolutely no behind the scenes discussion, dialogue or contact. We are strongly with the Shiv Sena. We have no relations with the faction of the Shiv Sena left behind, which calls itself Ubata. We have nothing to do with the small faction left behind. We are with the original Shiv Sena. The bow and arrow is the symbol of the Shiv Sena. They are working on the principles of Bala Sahib Thackeray Sahib. And I can assure you that with the Shiv Sena, the Rashtravadi Congress, the RPI Athavli Group and the BJP jointly presenting a very strong front, the people of Maharashtra are looking for continuing the good work that this government has done. And they also want to see a government which is aligned with the vision of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to make India a developed nation, Viksit Bharat, by 2047, when we celebrate 100 years of independence.
Minister, we're coming to the end of this conversation. When you came in, it was very ironical to me that you said कि बहुत traffic है बाहर. वो तो हम लोग सब हमेशा ही बोलते हैं. But your job, interestingly, is one which can change that. So do you want to lay out what you hope to do for Mumbai and for Maharashtra in terms of improving the infrastructure and making all our lives easier?
Well, you know, a lot of infrastructure projects had got stalled during the Mahavinash Aghadi's regime. Too complicated to remember. Mahayuti is easy, you know. Maharashtra Yuti, Mahayuti. And sadly, that has cost us dear. For example, the coastal road would have been completed by now up to Bandra, but for the slow pace during the Uddhav Thackeray regime of 30 odd months. But we are now soon completing the last connection at Worli. And after that, this will be complete up to Bandra. We have also got approval. Environment clearance has been done, tendering has been done, and now the work is going to start to take the coastal road all the way up to Bhayandar. So you can reach from Nariman Point to Bhayandar in about 20-25 minutes. My constituency, it takes me a long time to reach today because of all the traffic on the way. I'll be able to go there in less than 30 minutes from town. And that's the transformation you will see happening with infrastructure developing on the western corridor. Similarly, look at the Trans-Harbour Link, the Atal Setu. That was a project, friends, which was conceptualized in 1962. I was not even born. 1962, the Atal Setu concept was started. People even back then had realized that Mumbai is an island city. If we don't connect it with the mainland, Mumbai will become a mess. And if the governments, then governments, and you know who ran governments for most of the years, had at that point of time implemented that project, we wouldn't be having to face all these traffic problems and the high density of population that we see in the island city of Mumbai. We would have by now been developing a large part of the area beyond the Atal Setu, which is the mainland. And then there would have been no dearth of space to grow. Having said that, when Devendra Fadnavis became the Chief Minister in 2014, he quickly got his act together, quickly got down to finalizing plans. 2016, Prime Minister Narendra Modi did the foundation stone of Atal Setu, and now that is a reality. Again, that was a project that was delayed during the Mahavinash Aghadi government, but after we got Eknath Shinde back into the seat of power in Maharashtra as a Mahayuti Chief Minister, the project was completed, and Mr. Modi has come and inaugurated it. How many of you have been on the Atal Setu? How was the experience? Was it a wow moment? That's what you call a wow.
ये सर अपना साथ में वोट भी मांगते जा रहे हैं कि ठीक है, I can turn it into a mini business today सभा. Okay, I get that. Last question, sir.
मैंने किसी को भी रिक्वेस्ट किया क्या कि आप महायुति को वोट करिए? Did I request you even once? I am only telling you the humble work that we've done in the interests of Maharashtra, in the interests of Mumbaikars. I myself am a Mumbaikar and my heart beats for Mumbai.
Sure. Minister, one last question and then we wrap up. It's now clear that Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. During his campaign, he made a big deal about wanting to increase tariffs. He called India tariff king. Now, if Lighthizer becomes trade representative again, and you've had many conversations with him in the past about a free trade agreement or a special trade agreement, how do you see Donald Trump's threat of increasing trade tariffs with India impacting the balance of trade which is currently in India's favor?
See, I have not asked Rahul to ask me these questions. We don't engage much in any case with the Rahuls. But he's leading me on. He's giving me an opportunity to remind all of you that Mr. Donald Trump maybe once or twice may have said that India has very high tariffs. But look at the number of times he said that Prime Minister Modi is a great guy. Prime Minister Modi is a wonderful person. Prime Minister Modi is my friend. India is a great country. The people of India are wonderful. Did he not say that the Hindu community in America or in Bangladesh did not worry? I'm coming into government and I will protect you. I will make sure nothing goes wrong with you. I think in more ways than one, Mr. Donald Trump has made it very clear that he likes India, he likes the people of India, he wants to expand business with India, he wants to do more trade with India, and he wants to work with his good friend, Prime Minister Modi. So you don't worry, I had wonderful relations with Bob Lighthizer. It would be great to have him come back as USTR. I'm sure he'll have an important position in the new Trump administration. And I can assure you, and through you and your channel, all the people of India and all the wonderful ladies here, we have great times ahead in the India-US partnership, friendship, and brotherhood.
You are not worried about tariff hikes?
Well, if it's a tariff hike on China, it only helps India. If it's a tariff hike on everybody, we are all in the same boat. We'll still continue to do well. But I personally believe India is looked upon as a trusted partner by the democratic world. The democratic world wants to work with India because of 4 Ds. Democracy, we have the rule of law, justice prevails, we have demand, 1.4 billion aspirational Indians wanting a better quality of life, working hard with skill, with talent, and many of them represented in this room, all your award winners, all the other wonderful people here. 3, we have the advantage of demographic dividend, a young population. The average age of all Indians is between 28 and 29 years and expected to remain young for many years, which gives us the opportunity to leverage this young population, expand skills, talent. By the way, we have more STEM graduates coming out of India than any other country. And 43% of those STEM graduates are women. So we have a great opportunity with the demographic dividend. And finally, and obviously, we have decisive leadership. A leadership that can bite the bullet, take bold decisions, and take the country to newer heights.
Speaking of bullets, Trump has been very keen on selling Harley Davidsons and insisting that we reduce tariffs there. Maybe you could allow that also.
We would have absolutely no problem. Products where there is no competition, where India doesn't, we don't manufacture the Harley Davidson type of heavy bikes. So I would have absolutely no problem in considering a request of that sort.
Interesting. We'll leave it there. We're here for the big award night, so we'll talk about tariffs on Harley-Davidson later, but there's an interesting suggestion that we are willing to reduce tariffs there. So thank you very much. We have a lot of you still on the stage, but for this conversation, Minister, thank you very much.
Minister, please stay back for 1 minute on the stage, please, till we request Mr. Dinesh Bhatia, Group CEO of India Today Group, to please come up on stage and present a memento to Honorable Minister, sir. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Honorable Minister and for that enthralling session that we've heard him. Let's pose for a photo op as well. Yes. Huge round of applause. Thank you so much, Minister, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Diageo, our celebration partner, commemorates 25 years of the Keep Walking philosophy with global icon Priyanka Chopra Jonas. The campaign Can't Stand.
Let me give you a little bit of context. Also, I'd like all of you all to quickly go on our social media channels, on the Business Today channel as well. This sequence is playing live, so if you want to share it with your friends and family, please do go ahead. The Business Today Most Powerful Women in Business issue, launched in the year 2003, has established itself as a powerful legacy of highlighting and celebrating the achievements of extraordinary women leaders across diverse industries. Today, we're going to be giving you a little bit of context, of course, but most importantly, we're going to have the MVP of the evening. And just for that particular exercise, we're honored to unveil the latest edition of the BT MPW magazine issue, which showcases the inspiring stories of the leading women who have made it to the coveted list this year. And for this grand exercise, can I please call on stage Minister Piyush Goyal, Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Member of Parliament, North Mumbai Lok Sabha. Huge round of applause, please. Also, can we have Kali Puri, Vice Chairperson and Executive Editor-in-Chief, the India Today Group. Siddharth Zarabi, Editor, Business Today. Rahul Kaval, News Director, TV Today Network, Executive Director, Business Today. And Alok Nair, Chief Operating Officer at Business Today. A huge round of applause, please. Guys, this is the moment you've all been waiting for, and this will kick off our grand sequence of awards. A huge round of applause, please.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. you, Minister Sir, and thank you, everyone. May I please request Ms. Kalipuri to be on the stage, and we would like you to please give the vote of thanks. Thank you so much, ma'am.
A warm round of applause, please.
Good evening. What amazes me about this room full of truly exceptional women is most of them have forged their own unique journey. They have chosen the road less taken. They have journeyed here switching careers, countries, cities, and accepting impossible challenges. You heard from the people who were on the panel earlier how many different careers they have gone through. And the range of talent here, the diversity, the achievements of the winners today is just astounding. This is the 21st Business Today Most Powerful Women Awards. I have been involved with it since its inception. Initially just as an observer from the sidelines, to finally an advocate in the editorial board, and now here on the podium. It's real evolution. Along the way, I have witnessed firsthand the transformation of women leaders in India. Right from the industries that the women are leading, to the age groups represented, to the style and the spirit of those who are honored, and even those people who come out to celebrate them. Today I want to make a special mention of two little babies that we have here celebrating their women's achievements. Their mother's achievements. This would have not happened 20 years ago. And I love that. It's phenomenal, right? That we have two of these little babies who are sitting so quietly, so well behaved. A real clap out to their moms. And I think much of how we got here has to do with the fantastic work of our Hall of Famers, the true trailblazers. I salute them for it. We have, over the years, opened up so many conversations about who was the wind beneath these women, who were the wind beneath the wings of these women. The soulmate, so to speak. As many women of my generation were conditioned to find them or believe in them. But now there's a wonderful new twist to the recognition of this soulmate, something quite profound, that your soulmate does not need to be your male partner. In fact, most women can attest to this. More likely than not, their soulmate is another woman, the best friend, the sister, the daughter, the colleague, who's willing to listen to the same lament for the 100th time, who will pick up your phone in the middle of anything, anytime. She will tell you you have lipstick on your teeth. She will counsel you through the imposter syndrome. She will encourage you to raise your hand, to step on toes, and she will stand by whatever your choices are. She will co-parent your teenager as the cool Marcy. She will drop everything for you. She will rehearse your bridal walk and your CEO's speech. She will pick a fight out of loyalty to you. And sometimes by doing nothing at all, but just breathing silently on the other side of that line. And I'm sure you have your own list of special things that your soulmate has done for you. The new acknowledgement of this support system of women lifting each other up is really heartening and reassuring. We're finally creating that chain of empowerment where one woman shows up for another, pulls her up, and lets her stand tall. We saw it in the just wrapped up, tightly contested US elections with iconic women across fields endorsing presidential candidate Kamala Harris. From Beyonce, Anne Hathaway, Julia Roberts, Oprah Winfrey, Michelle Obama, to even Taylor Swift. All of them championing what could have been a watershed moment for women's rights. Yes, she didn't make it this time, and once again, the world's high table does look a bit like an old boys club with a lot of backslapping and bad behavior. And so, we will need to come closer together to ensure that women continue to thrive and flourish, even when the odds are stacked in this way that's not very orderly at all. Because this journey is not just about women flourishing. It's about fostering a more holistic, empathetic, equitable approach to the world order. I'm not saying that men can't lead with empathy and compassion. Many men absolutely can. But I just believe women leaders can do it better. And we're just getting started. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kali, for that inspiring speech. Sakshi.
Now the time that everybody was waiting for.
The Business Today Most Powerful Women in Business issue, launched in 2003, has a legacy of highlighting and celebrating the achievements of extraordinary women leaders across diverse industries. These women stand out as beacons of excellence for both men and women. This year, in the 21st edition of the list, we celebrate 60 women leaders, including those who have made a mark on the global stage.
And this list includes 12 debutants, 4 comebacks, and 37 repeat winners from last year. This year, 2 achievers have moved to the Most Powerful Women Hall of Fame. And the latest edition of the Business Today Most Powerful Women magazine issue has showcased all of these inspiring stories of these leading women who made it to the coveted list this year.
And speaking of the Hall of Fame, that's how we're going to start this illustrious, this mega award sequence. But for that, and for these awards, to the winners of this year's BT Most Powerful Women in Business 2024, let me call on stage Kali Puri and Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal ji, please, to join us on stage. A huge round of applause. We'll keep the energy up for this one, because this is what we've been waiting for an entire year. The Hall of Fame. That's no mean feat. It's lucky number 7. You're on the awards list, this illustrious list, Sakshi, 7 times over. It's a very special awardee. For this one, can I please have on stage, and with a round of applause for this one, Shauna Chauhan, CEO, Parle Agro.
Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
At the peak of the pandemic, Shauna Chauhan decided to enter the dairy business. It is a decision that has played out well on the back of the Smooth brand being priced affordably. A company synonymous with fruity and happy fizz, and this diversification promises to be interesting, Sakshi. Ms. Chauhan is a 7-time MPW winner and now a Hall of Famer. Ms. Chauhan, can we please have you say a couple of words?
I just like to say thank you. Thank you, and it's I'm really happy to be amongst all and every young woman leader here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. Big hand, ladies and gentlemen. And now we will be talking about the winners. To start off with the awards of the winners now, let me call on stage Ms. Ananya Birla, founder and chairperson, Swatantra Microfinance. Join us on stage, please. Congratulations. Ananya Birla got started with Swatantra at just the age of 17. From average check size of a modest 10,000 rupees, it has traversed the journey to an assets under management of 14,437 crores at the end of March 2024. The buyout of the Chaitanya FinCredit and then getting in marquee investors has moved her up several notches. Many congratulations to you, Ananya.
Ananya, would you like to say a couple of words? Ananya, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Truly means a lot. I just really want to say thank you, and I'm super grateful. Nothing else. I just really want to say thank you, and this motivates me to do a lot more good work, hopefully, for our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, the next award goes to Prabha Narasimhan, MD and CEO, Colgate-Palmolive, India. A huge round of applause, please. There's more freshness at Colgate-Palmolive, India ever since Prabha Narasimhan took charge. A relentless focus on product innovation has led to successful launches and relaunches. A commanding share of the oral care market is not enough as she sees opportunities in other high-end growth areas.
Many congratulations, Prabha. And we'd like you to say a few words, please.
Thank you very much. I'm exceptionally grateful and accept this on behalf of all the people who do all the hard work at Colgate that allows me to stand here. Thank you.
Thank you so much and big congratulations to you. For the next award, let me call on stage Pratibha Mahapatra, Vice President and Managing Director, Adobe India, to please join us on the stage. Huge round of applause for you. Big hand, ladies and gentlemen. After making a mark at IBM, Pratibha Mahapatra moved to Adobe at a time where India is a hugely critical growth market. She has managed to strike transformative partnerships and usher in a collaborative team culture. Gen AI to her is about being at its forefront.
Put your hands together for Pratibha Mahapatra, please.
Let's have you.
A couple of words, please.
I think I'm the debutant, one of the debutants, so thank you so much, and to be sharing it with all these wonderful women. As I say, each of us have the sisterhood, which is powering the women here. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and big hand, ladies and gentlemen.
And the next awardee on the Business Today Most Powerful Women in Business Awards list, that's a tongue twister. The next award goes to Ameera Shah, Executive Chairperson, Metropolis Healthcare. A huge round of applause, please. The transition of Metropolis from a family-run business to one that is professionally managed easily stands out as one of Ameera Shah's successes. The organization has adapted well to the digital world and got better in the business of advanced diagnostics. The hunger for growth keeps this going.
Let's have a few words from you, and thank you so much for getting your son along.
Thank you so much, and on behalf of Karma and myself, we thank you for this most powerfulest award. It means a lot to us, and you know, I always believe there is no self-made person in this world. We're all on the back and shoulders of many people before us. So thank you to all the people before me who set the stage and all those who will come after. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Ameera, and congratulations. How sweet.
Thank you, Ameera, and thank you to the little one as well for joining us on this stage.
Thank you. And the next awardee is Padmaja Ruparel, co-founder, Indian Angel Network. An early entrant into the Indian investment space, Padmaja Ruparel's Indian Angel Network is a name of prominence. The group has not just invested money, but created over 1 lakh jobs. The network is looking to invest in innovative solutions that solve real problems. Big hand, ladies and gentlemen.
So this is a special moment, more to be here back again. But more importantly, thank you. And I'm thanking both BT and the Prime Minister here, because this is on behalf of the startup ecosystem. I think it's a recognition of the ecosystem which did not exist probably about 10 to 12 years ago. So thank you for this.
Thank you so much and congratulations. Big hand, ladies and gentlemen. May we please hear a few words from you, ma'am. Thank you. Let's go on to the next awardee then. We have with us Shweta Jalan, Managing Partner and Head, Advent International in India, as the next awardee. Big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Private equity to Shweta Jalan is all about learning. It allows her to explore a host of businesses, and the search is always on for those with scale. She has been instrumental in Advent India, building expertise in healthcare, consumer, industrials, and financial services. Many congratulations to you, ma'am.
Shweta, over to you.
Thank you very much. It's a delight to be back here.
And I mean, like many people before here said, I'm not here because of what I've done, but because of the great team I had and the opportunity, I would say, even the government has lent us, right? By encouraging the industry so much. From a non-existent asset class 20 years back, I think it's a very well-recognized and appreciated asset class today. So thank you. Thank you very much.
A warm round of applause, please. Any guesses for the next one? No, I have the list, so I need to do the announcing. Suman Mishra, MD and CEO, Mahindra Last Mile Mobility. A huge round of applause for Suman Mishra. In a male-dominated auto industry, Suman Mishra stands out. Under her leadership, Mahindra Last Mile Mobility has seen a four-fold growth. Four-fold in the past 2 years. The big news this year has been the unveiling of a compact EV. An absolute pleasure to have you on stage. Could you please, Suman, share a couple of words with the audience?
Thank you so much. It's great to be back here. I do want to say the electric vehicle ecosystem in India exists because of the government, and so we are quite grateful. And to the women here, only thing is, may our tribe grow. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, and big hand. Ladies and gentlemen, the next awardee is Ms. Radhika Gupta, MD and CEO, Edelweiss AMC. Warm welcome to you, ma'am, and thank you so much for being with us earlier on in the panel discussion. Very well deserved. Radhika Gupta oversees an AUM of 1.4 lakh crores at Edelweiss Mutual Fund. There have been innovative product launches and a larger geographic presence serving 18,000 pin codes. She sees rapid growth in smaller locations, and by the looks of it, it's an action-packed future.
Action-packed indeed, Sakshi. Radhika, we were on stage earlier and you spoke about your 2-year-old. What a pleasure to have us on stage today.
Thank you
all. No mom guilt whatsoever.
No mom guilt. Thank you so much. This is the 5th time I've won this award, but it's the first time this guy is on stage.
A huge round of applause, please.
And people often ask Indian women, can they have it all? Moments like this when I'm holding 2 awards in my hand make me feel we can have it all. So, apna time aa gaya. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Radhika. Thank you so much. Thank you to the little one as well. No stage fright, Sakshi. Something to learn for the two of us as well.
Absolutely.
Huh? All right. The next person on this illustrious list is Ritu Arora, CEO and CIO, Alliance Investment Management Asia Pacific. After being the founding member of 2 insurance companies, Ritu Arora's 8-year stint at the company has her leading the Asia Hub. A huge round of applause for Ritu Arora.
Many congratulations, ma'am. Can we please have a few words from you?
Thank you so much. A big shout out to the great team I have at work and a great team at home. My soulmate Ashish, my daughter there, who's now the next gen corporate lady, and my mother, who's also in the room. Thank you so much. I've idolized this list over the years, and it's a great honor to be on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to you, ma'am. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on to the next award. The next award goes to Hina Nagarajan, CEO, Diageo India. She couldn't be here to personally collect the award, so I'm calling Ms. Shefali Sapra, Vice President Corporate Communications, Diageo India, to come and collect the award on her behalf, please. And in fact, Ms. Hina Nagarajan has also sent a video message, which we will play on the receiving of her awards. Thank you so much, ma'am, for collecting this award on Hina's behalf.
And it only plays with grand applause, so please do the honors.
Hello everyone. I'm really honored to be a part of the Most Powerful Women list and would like to thank Business Today for recognizing my journey and the impact that we're delivering as a team at Diageo India. Unfortunately, I can't be there in person, but I'm definitely celebrating with you in spirit. We are celebrating 25 years of Johnny Walker's Keep Walking brand philosophy with our Can't Stand Still campaign. This is a tribute to perpetual motion and progress. I view my journey at Diageo in the same spirit, where every step leads me to a path of collective progress and discovery that inspires me to keep walking and evolving. Keep walking has always been more than just a phrase. It's a rallying cry for action. It symbolizes progress, inspiring, recognizing, and celebrating the steps that people take to move forward in their own lives and those they take to make the world around them richer and more rewarding. And I think Business Today's initiative to recognize women leaders who are pushing boundaries does exactly that. Thank you for this honor. Congratulations to all the fantastic women on the list. Keep walking.
Thank you so much for that lovely message. The next award goes to Nirupa Shankar, Joint MD, Brigade Group. A huge round of applause, please. For FY24, operating revenue was up 42%, while net profit zoomed 80%. I sound like a business anchor there. It has pleased Nirupa Shankar, who steers the commercial and hotels business. She starts with leasing out 100% of its office portfolio, despite being located in an SEZ. A big plus is in the growth of the hotel portfolio. Nirupa, congratulations. And can we please have a few words?
Thank you, everyone. It's an honor to be part of such an amazing set of women and such a great platform. So thank you, Business Today. It's great. I think it's a great time to be an Indian woman. The platform for us is set. And we at Brigade are so honored to be part of developing this country's skyline. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. The next awardee is Pavitra Shankar, MD, Brigade Group. Pavitra Shankar oversees the Brigade Group's residential development business and markets that will continue to boom in the backdrop of higher discretionary spending. The numbers tell the story, with residential sales for Brigade up 5 times from 2018 and also betting big on Hyderabad and Chennai. Many congratulations. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please hear from you?
Good evening. Thank you so much. Thank you, Business Today, for this amazing opportunity and acknowledgement. It's really great. This is really for the entire support system that we have in our family, at home, and at Brigade. We certainly would not be here without you guys and the 100% backing that we have from you. So thank you, and here's to more. Thanks.
Thank you so much, and congratulations. We are moving to the last set of awards, ladies and gentlemen. And for this set, I would also like to invite Mr. Ambush Narayan, CEO Tanera, to also join Honorable Minister and Ms. Kalipuri on stage to give away the next set of awards, please. Huge round of applause, Mr. Ambush Narayan, CEO Tanera. The next awardee is Devita Saraf, Chairperson and CEO, View Group. Devita Saraf was just 24 when View Group got into manufacturing premium television sets to take on the global giants. Now the business has moved to UAE, Qatar, Kuwait and parts of Africa. The approach is old school, topped up with newest technology.
Thank you so much. So 21 years ago when they came up with their first list, I was on the list, a tiny little picture saying women to watch in the future. So good spotting of talent, Business Today. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you so much for making me on the list after so many years again. But I would say, I mean, honestly, it's just been a fabulous session. I don't think I've seen so many amazing power women in one event. I mean, the invitation said for women only, and they just packed the halls, and I had so many people asking to come. So I just feel honored, and I just feel fortunate to be part of this amazing growth story, representing government, tech, media. We should not take the India moment for granted, and I wish all the best to all of you. And thank you again for making this happen.
Thank you, Devita, for all those lovely words. And thank you for being such a patient audience. The next award goes to Beena Modi, CMD Godfrey Phillips, India. This is a special award. A lady who wears many hats is the best way to describe Beena Modi. Beena Modi is a restaurateur, fashion designer, and salon owner. Is also the chairperson and managing director of Godfrey Phillips India, the country's second largest tobacco company.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May we please hear a few words from you, ma'am.
Beena, you say a woman can do anything a man can do and do it better. That's the food for thought we had while preparing for this, please.
Words out of my mouth. I'm going to say just that.
But they're going to sound better from your mouth.
Well, all I can say is, all the ladies here and everywhere, please follow your passion. Don't relent, and anything a man can do, you can do better. I'm sorry, sir, but don't mean any insult to you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for saying it better, doing it better. A huge round of applause, please.
Okay, let's introduce the next guest, our next awardee, in fact. Jyotsna Suri, CMD, the Lalit Suri Hospitality Group. Let's please have a huge round of applause. Jyotsna Suri became the chairperson and managing director in 2006 of the Lalit Suri Group. Today, the Lalit is one of the leading privately owned domestic hotel brands in India. The pandemic was not easy for her sector, but now expansion is on track and it sets up new priorities and new properties. Many thanks and congratulations to Ms. Jyotsna Suri.
Thank you, Business Today, for this. And I've received this several times before. So I'm happy to be back on stage with you. Thank you, Kali. It's a great honor to be here. And thank you, Piyushji, for giving me this award. And once again, to tell all the wonderful ladies in this hall, please do not ever underestimate yourselves. You can do better, as Beena said, better than what a man can do. So all the very best to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. And that was the last award of the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, let us please request Mr. Ambuj Narayan to also say a few words and congratulate all the winners right there in this evening.
Good evening. It's a great honor to be here, and I really want to thank the India Today Group for having me here. And it's a great partnership. As you know, that Taneira is youngest brand from the Titan company, and it is in the women's ethnic wear space. And we source directly from our weavers from across India, and we represent the best of India under one roof. And we source across 100 weaving clusters of India. And we also empower a lot of women weavers and artisans to weave and to work with pride and earn respectfully. And we provide a lot of facilities for them in our Weaver Shala. And we are really proud to have to associate with them and to bring some great saris and other ethnic wear products for all of you.
Thank
you
you
so
Ambuj.
much.
Thank you so much.
Words.
Wonderful.
And thank you, Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal ji, for joining us and gracing us with your presence. Thank you, Kali, for joining us on stage as well.
Thank you so much.
for being a lovely audience. But there's the most special moment of the night each year that I do this event, Sakshi.
Absolutely.
This is the most epic moment for the night.
This
And
is the social media event of the night.
Of course, we're big on social.
I hope you are having a great night tonight. Thank you so much, lovely audience. You've been fantastic. I hope you've enjoyed the evening as much as we have hosting it. Let us thank all our esteemed partners for making this event possible. Our banking partner, SBI Style partner, Tata Taneira, celebration partner, Diageo India, insurance partner, Tata AIA Life Insurance, associate partner, Only Natural Diamonds Council, gifting partner, India Circus by Krishna Mehta. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please do join us for cocktails and dinner.
The celebrations continue. Thank you for being a lovely audience. Thank you, Sakshi, for being a lovely co-host.
Thank you so much, Ayush.
Until next time, adios.
Thank you.
and gentlemen, and hello to all the beautiful ladies sitting out here. Now, before I actually start shooting all my questions, I want every women entrepreneur sitting in the audience and all of you all here to give yourselves a huge round of applause as a token of self-appreciation. Come on. Amazing. Okay, now with that energy, I hope this continues throughout the session, yeah, Tushar?
Absolutely.
So we're kicking this off with Maheep now. Hello, Maheep.
Hi.
Okay, so I'm going to start off by asking you that as a women entrepreneur yourself, like typically, what are some of the stereotypes that you've come across and what was your strategy to navigate through those?
Okay, first of all, I just want to make it very clear. I am not going to be studious. This looks like a very studious, serious lot. Okay? Don't take me seriously. But stereotype, I can only talk from my experience. I've made a living for the past 4 or 5 years as a Bollywood wife.